Members have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to Dr. the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Defence, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister of Finance, Minister for Rodrigues and Outer Islands. Whether in regard to the incidents which occurred at the Melrose High Security Prison on 17th July 2025, we will, for the benefit of the House, obtain from the Commissioner of Prisons, Police information as to if an inquiry has been carried out thereinto, and if so, indicate the one, nature of the incidents, and two, number of prisoners and police or prison officers injured therein, and B, National Human Rights Commission information as to whether the Commission has carried out an inquiry thereinto, and if so, indicate whether he has received any preliminary or report or final report from the above name. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker. First of all, respect for human rights, we all know, is the bedrock of any civilized society. And I want to make it clear that under no circumstances whatsoever will this government allow any violation of human rights in our country. We have seen far too many gross abuses in the recent past. My government will always uphold the sanctity of human rights and dignity of our citizens. The Mauritius Prison Service plays a crucial role in ensuring the safe custody, rehabilitation, and reintegration of detainees into the society. The service is committed to uphold the principles of justice, security, and human dignity while maintaining discipline and order within the correctional institutions. The prison service manages 12 prisons distributed across the country. Madam Speaker, the current situation in the penal institutions is challenging, with several issues affecting the well-being of the inmates and the effectiveness of the correctional system. One of the main challenges relate to security and issues such as violence, gang-related activities, and contraband of smuggling, which pose really constant threats. During the existing security measures in place, despite of them, in our prisons, prohibited articles are still found in prison premises. They are introduced through different ways and means, including by pelting and even by drones, Madam Speaker. The prison officers regularly carry out search operations on detainees suspected to carry these prohibited articles. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Prisons that in order to enhance security of our prisons, he decided to carry out searches in all prisons. Consequently, the Prison Security Squad and the Correctional Emergency Response Team conducted a search at Beaubassin Prison on the 18th of May of this year. During that exercise, 47 cannabis parcels and SIM cards were seized. On the 12th, 14th, and 16th of July 2025, searches were carried out at 2 residential units and worship places at Melrose Prison. 33 mobile phones, battery chargers, and power banks were subsequently seized. On the 17th of July 2025, one superintendent of prisons was mandated to effect special searches at 5 residential units at Melrose Prison, namely Ebony, Talipo, Payanqueux, Kestrel, and Alamanda. At 8:55 a.m., the superintendent entered Ebony unit, which houses 124 detainees. Some detainees were collaborating in the search operation, whilst ringleaders were preventing them from collaborating with the prison officers and held them as hostage at one point. This situation led to a fight among detainees, I'm informed. At 8:57, the Commissioner of Prisons contacted the Commissioner of Police and informed him that he was anticipating a mutiny and asked for reinforcement to back up the prison officers. Very often, the mere presence of SMF officers serve as a deterrent. Simultaneously, the Commissioner of Prisons asked the Deputy Commissioner to proceed to Melrose to supervise the operation. The Correctional Emergency Response Team of Beaubassin were also requested to report to Melrose Prison. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that following the request of the Commissioner of Prisons, a specialized team from the Group Intervention de la Police Mauritienne, GIPM, comprising 1 Inspector of Police, 3 police sergeants, 7 police constables, together with a section of the Special Mobile Force comprising of 1 Inspector of Police, 2 police sergeants, and 12 police constables, were deployed to provide tactical support to the prison's Correctional Emergency Response Team. Throughout the operation, 5 prison units and their corresponding yard areas underwent comprehensive searches by the CERT prison officers. They recovered various prohibited articles, including miniature mobile phones and 1 pen drive and 1 SIM SIM card. It is to be noted that SMF personnel support the CERT personnel to bring prisoners to order. 2 federal streamers were used to keep the prisoners at bay. I'm also informed that 7 relatives reported alleged cases of brutality against the incarcerated family members and have formally requested the police for police inquiry into the matter. I'm informed by the Commissioner of Prisons that minimum force was used during the search. We must not detract from the fact that the vast majority of prison officers have remained steadfastly loyal to the prison services and have continued to show a remarkable degree of professionalism in the discharge of their function. After the operation, I'm informed, all the detainees were medically assessed by the prison health service officers at the medical unit of the Melrose prison, and necessary treatment were provided to 9 of them who were complaining of pain. The medical staff was reinforced by additional prison health service officers during that period. I'm also informed, Madam Speaker, that one of the detainees was identified with an injury on his neck. He was attended by the prison medical officer who treated him and advised admission to the hospital ward of the Melrose prison, which he declined. Madam Speaker, I would also like to remind the House that it was under my government in 2012 that within the National Human Rights Commission, the following divisions were set up: the Human Rights Division, the Police Complaints Division, and the National Preventive Mechanism Division. The National Preventive Mechanism Division was in line with the obligations of Mauritius under the optional protocol of the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment are the signatory state of the protocol. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission that on Friday, the 18th of July, the National Preventive Mechanism Division of the NHRC received a complaint from the father of a detainee at Melrose Prison to the effect that his son had been the victim of brutality at the hands of prison officers. I am further informed that the Commission met on Saturday, the 19th of July, and ordered an immediate inquiry to be undertaken by the National Preventive Mechanism Division. You will also note, Madam Speaker, that Section 7 of the Mauritius Constitution prohibits any act of torture or inhuman or degrading treatment. The National Human Rights Commission is vested with powers under the Protection of Human Rights Act to conduct a full-fledged inquiry where violation of Section 7 has occurred. The ongoing investigation will examine inter alia, 1, the underlying causes of the disturbances inside Melrose Prison, 2, the manner in which the disturbances were handled by the prison authorities, and 3, the measures that may be taken to avoid such disturbances. On Monday, the 21st of July of this year, yesterday, the Commission received complaints from family members of detainees which would be taken on board for the purpose of the inquiry. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that no preliminary report has yet been received from the National Human Rights Commission as the inquiry has just started. A final report of its observations and recommendations is awaited, and once received, will be examined thoroughly and implemented. I also wish to inform the House that in line with our policy of transparency and accountability, I intend to make that report public. Madam Speaker, let me reiterate this government's deep-rooted commitment to promote full adherence to the principles of human rights underpinning the social fabrics of our society. When it comes to preservation of human dignity and upholding of human rights, we are guided by a philosophy of no compromise, and government will see to it that any behavior contrary to that philosophy will not be tolerated.
Thank you, Prime Minister. You have a supplementary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for his reply, and I believe we all agree that a mutiny occurred in that high security prison on that day. And in light of this development, and in view that there were interventions of different sections of the police force and prison forces on that day, he gave details, but I want to know how many police officers intervened and how many prison officers intervened during that mutiny.
I think I mentioned it, but I think I did mention it, but let me say, I have to give you the exact details. The special teams of the JPM were comprised of 1 inspector of police, 3 police sergeants, 7 police constables, together with a section of the SMF comprising of 1 inspector of police, 2 police sergeants, and 12 police constables, which were deployed there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Second.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. But Prime Minister, can you inform the House whether the intervention was also related to drug trafficking in the prison premises, and if yes, whether there has been any seizure of drugs? I understand there was seizure of mobile phones or other unauthorized objects.
As I explained, Madam Speaker, the Commissioner of Prisons decided that because there were lots of objects that were, as I said, thrown by pellets or even use of drones, he wanted to have to carry out searches in all prisons. First of all, he carried out a search at Bobassan prison, and during that exercise, I explained 47 cannabis parcels and SIM cards were seized. Then there were searches at Melrose prison. 23 mobile phones, battery chargers, and power banks were subsequently seized.
May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he is aware of 2 separate and contradictory statements that were made by the Commissioner to the media in the aftermath of these incidents? 2 contradictory statements?
I've seen it in the press, but this is being inquired into.
Yes. Fourth, your friend has asked also.
Yeah.
But you,
May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether any inmates who were injured were transferred to a public hospital, and if yes, whether they were examined by independent medical professionals?
They were examined by the medical doctor there. He treated them, and then he advised that they be transferred, but that prisoner refused.
one prisoner. Yes. Fifth.
Yes. I believe the Honourable Prime Minister is aware that one Mrs. Toria Prayag was reported to have visited that high security premises, and it was stated that she had no permission from the Human Rights Commission. Is the Honourable Prime Minister able to confirm that?
In fact, I did inquire. She did go there on her own. I think it was in good faith. She's a former journalist. She decided to go there and to look for herself what has happened, and she has briefed the Commission on what she observed.
Yeah, I do understand, Honourable Prime Minister, that the person was there, she wanted to help. But if you refer to the Reform Institution Act of 1988, it is clearly stated who can enter the prison premises from the Human Rights Commission.
In fact, the leader of the opposition is right. It is very strict, but she went there as I think her instinct as a former journalist, she went there and she observed, and she has been called to by the chairperson of the National Human Rights Commission to explain, and she has given a report.
Can I ask the Honourable Prime Minister what immediate measures will be put in place by the authorities to prevent such incidents in the future, and also, as he stated, to ensure that the fundamental rights of detainees are respected within our correctional system, Madam Speaker?
We are taking the measures as I mentioned. In fact, this is not the first time. In 2020 also there was a mutiny there, and so it's not the first time. The same sort of things with the SMF and all this were there. But we will wait for the report, and then we will, but we are taking steps at the moment, but we'll have to wait for the report.
Yes.
Yes. Can the Honourable Prime Minister confirm now whether the families of the injured detainees have been fully briefed of the situation of the detainees by the prison authorities?
I know they've met the members of the National Human Rights Commission, and they must have been briefed. They have made complaints, and the National Human Rights Commission is looking into those complaints.
You have one last? Yes. Oh, okay, then you do your last. Okay.
The first question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in light of the fact that Ms. Prayag went there, and I think it's commendable that she did, is the Prime Minister prepared to review the legislation so as to allow spontaneous visits to ensure that we hear both sides of the story, which we are hearing now? One side from the Commissioner of Prison, one side from Madame Prayag. Is she prepared to review that aspect of the law?
I don't know whether it's wise to review it, Madam Speaker. The National Human Rights Commission have the authority to go there. So I think that would be the better. Otherwise, you'll have hundreds of people wanting to, you can see what chaos might happen.
But in this case, if I understand well, because it's one of my favorite subjects, she is a member of the National Human Rights Commission. She's not just a journalist.
Yes. The second question, thank you, Madam Speaker, is to ask the Prime Minister, in light of the fact that there are two sides of the story, and the Prime Minister has rightly referred to previous incidents, which has led, in fact, to no actions being taken, will the Prime Minister, can the Prime Minister confirm whether the police has already intervened to secure any CCTV evidence and any logbook, etc., from the prison so as to contain the evidence?
That was one of the first questions I asked. I want to make sure that, unlike what happened with the previous government, don't come and tell me the cameras were not working or switched off. In fact, the Commissioner of Prisons has secured all the cameras which were working. There are 550 cameras in all. I think
Yes, Leader of the Opposition.
in all, I'm saying.
sorry.
But all the cameras have been secured, and the National Human Rights Commission will be able to visualize the films.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you, Madam Speaker. My last question was on that subject, but I'll have another question. With regard to the inquiry which has started, can the Honourable Prime Minister state to the House what safeguards are in place to ensure that these inquiries are done in full transparency and accountability?
The National Human Rights Commission are doing the inquiry. I will have let them do the inquiry. The people we have put there, which are very independent, we'll see what happens. The former DPP is the head of the National Human Rights Commission, so I expect I will get a proper report.
Thank you, everybody. Now questions addressed to honourable members. The table has been advised, addressed to you, Prime Minister. Questions to Prime Minister. Honourable members, table has been advised that PQ B722 will be replied by the Honourable Attorney General. PQ B724 will be replied by the Honourable Minister of Land Transport, and PQ B728 will be replied by the Honourable Minister of Youth and Sports. I also understand that PQ B716 and B718 have been withdrawn. So I now call on the third member for Beau-Bassin Petite Rivière, Mr. Kirin.
B7 and 9, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that on the 24th of July 2020, the then Ministry of Labour, Human Resources, Development and Training had referred for inquiry an alleged case of malpractice at the Mauritius Football Association regarding the transfer of 4 Malagasy players by the Cercle de Joachim. On the 31st of July 2020, the case was assigned to the Central Criminal Investigation Department. On the 9th of September 2021, the case file was sent to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for advice. On the 7th of April 2022, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions advised that no further action be taken and the case was filed.
Madame la Présidente, j'ai bien compris la réponse de l'honorable ministre, mais vu que...
Premier ministre.
Pardon, du Premier ministre, pardon, excusez-moi. J'ai bien compris sa réponse, mais le fait que ce cas a été sanctionné par la Fédération internationale de football et que et la MFA et le Cercle de Joachim ont eu à payer une amende de 10 000 francs suisses en 2021. Est-ce que le Premier ministre ne pense-t-il pas qu'on devrait, vu qu'il y a eu effectivement malpractices, est-ce que ce cas ne devrait pas être référé à nouveau à la police pour une enquête additionnelle, supplémentaire, pour faire la lumière vraiment sur ce qui s'est passé, puisqu'il y a eu malpractices?
I understand what the Honourable Member is trying to say, but the DPP had looked at all the evidence or whatever and decided that the case should not go ahead. So I must rely on that.
Okay. Honourable second member for Vieux-Grand-Port and Roosevelt, Mr. Seaburn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's question B/710, please.
Madam Speaker, the gross economic mismanagement by the previous government during the past decade has severely undermined our macroeconomic fundamentals. So we all know this. It has led, among others, to a sharp depreciation of the rupee and an increase in the inflation rate and therefore the cost of living. In fact, in December 2014, the average exchange rate stood at 31.97 rupees against the US dollar. By October 2024, that is practically 10 years later, it had risen to 46.64 rupees per US dollar, reflecting a depreciation of the rupee by 46%. This significant depreciation of the Mauritian rupee has had far-reaching economic consequences. On the domestic front, it has intensified inflationary pressures and therefore raised the prices of goods and services. Inflation surged to a peak of 11.3% in February 2023, marking it was the highest level for 3 decades, 11.3%. Between December 2014 and October 2024, consumer prices in Mauritius increased by a dramatic 43.3%. On the external front, the depreciation of the rupee has contributed in the widening of the trade deficit, which stood at a high of 180 billion rupees, equivalent to 28.2% of GDP in 2023. It deteriorated further in 2024, rising from 180 billion to 207.8 billion, that is 29.9% of GDP. And this reflects the growing imbalances between imports and exports. Madam Speaker, as I've said on numerous occasions in this House, the dire economic situation we face today is the direct consequence of the gross mismanagement of the economy by the previous government. It reflects a striking level of amateurism and incompetence in the handling of the country's economic affairs, exposing a troubling lack of foresight and, as I said, competence. Let me highlight a few glaring examples of fraud monetary policies. First of all, the Bank of Mauritius decided to print money to finance the budget deficit. Secondly, the Bank of Mauritius further resorted to more money printing to finance the Mauritius Investment Corporation Limited. Overall, the Bank of Mauritius injected a total amount of 180 billion rupees of liquidity in the banking system. As a result of this excess liquidity, the banking system surged, the excess liquidity surged dramatically and unprecedented to 90 billion in August 2023 alone. This led to the depreciation of the rupee and, of course, intensified inflationary pressures within the local economy. Third, the increase in the policy rate by cumulative 265 basis points during 2022 was not enough to solidify and to solidly anchor inflation expectations and prevent the further depreciation of the rupee. Fourth, despite expert recommendations to raise the key rate, the Bank of Mauritius chose not only to ignore the expert recommendations, but they did exactly the opposite. In other words, instead of increasing, they decreased it from the key rate from 4.5% to 4% in September 2024. Now, this negative interest rate gap between the rupee and the US dollar caused a sharp depreciation again of the rupee. Let me now turn to some of the critical policy blunders of the previous regime. First, they favored an economic model based on reckless consumption and imports. Such a model built on a short-term gains rather than structural resilience was inherently unsustainable and ultimately detrimental to our economic stability. Secondly, they created a money illusion by giving away a range of allowances, cash and house. They opted for populist policies that provided short-term relief but contributed to increasing inflation. Third, they squandered public funds on costly white elephant projects, neglecting critical investments in productive infrastructure, innovation, and green transition. Fourth, with the reckless spending, they increased the budget deficit and brought public sector debt to 90% of GDP in June 2025. Madam Speaker, since assuming office, we have implemented a series of measures aimed at steering the economy back onto the path of stability and sustainable growth. We are shifting the economic model away from the one that relies heavily on consumption and imports towards a more sustainable model powered by investment, exports, and innovation. We have been able to stabilize the trade-weighted exchange rate of the rupee. In fact, the rupee has recently appreciated against the US dollar due to movements in the international markets. The headline inflation rate has gone down to 2.9%. It was during the 12-month period. It was 4.5% in June 2024. And finally, we're implementing a comprehensive fiscal consolidation plan to bring down the budget deficit and the public sector debt to more sustainable levels.
Yes, you're right. Next question. The third member for Montagne Blanche and Grand River Southeast. Dr. Shamkali.
B711.
Madam Speaker, the Mauritian Diaspora Scheme has been set up in 2015 to attract members of the Mauritian diaspora back to Mauritius to participate in the economic development of the country. The Mauritius Diaspora Scheme, which is managed by the Economic Development Board, requires an eligible member of the Mauritian diaspora who wishes to return to Mauritius as the self-employed to invest at least 250,000 rupees either in his own name or as a one-person company in a field of activity which is deemed to be scarce, innovative, or strategic. I'm informed by the Economic Development Board that currently 550 members of the Mauritian diaspora are benefiting from this scheme, out of which 170 are self-employed. Out of the 170 self-employed, only 5 are one-person companies. Under the Mauritius Diaspora Scheme, a self-employed investing through a one-person company needs to become a resident in Mauritius to benefit from the incentives of the scheme. The one-person company should also be a private company incorporated in Mauritius, in which the sole shareholder is the sole director of the company as per the Companies Act. Furthermore, Section 132 of the Companies Act requires that a company should at least have one director who is ordinarily resident in Mauritius. Madam Speaker, it is not proposed to amend Section 132 of the Companies Act at this point to relax the requirement for at least one director to be resident in Mauritius. This requirement applies not only to one-person companies, but to all types of companies registered in Mauritius. This is an established international principle which can be compared with other jurisdictions. Enforcing this requirement is vital to strengthen our regulatory framework for companies and also to facilitate administrative procedures. It ensures that there will be a person, that is a director, who is physically present in Mauritius to represent the company and be answerable to our enforcement authorities in the event of any breach by that company. Madam Speaker, however, I wish to reassure the Honourable Member that as I have announced in the budget speech of 2025-2026, a new and comprehensive strategy is currently being developed in collaboration with the Economic Development Board to make the scheme less restrictive. We will thus facilitate the return of our valuable Mauritian diaspora members to contribute to the development of our country.
Thank you. Yes. Next question, the Honourable Fourth Member for Port Louis North and Mortailo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. B712.
Madam Speaker, the Bank of Mauritius is an autonomous and independent body governed by the provisions of the Bank of Mauritius Act 2004. As a matter of fact, Section 3, subsection 3 of the Bank of Mauritius Act provides that the Bank of Mauritius shall, in furtherance of its objects, performs its functions independently. Section 12(1) of the Act further provides that the general policy of the affairs and business of the bank, other than the formulation and determination of monetary policy, shall be entrusted to a board of directors. Therefore, Madam Speaker, in addition, Section 12(3) of the Act provides that the board shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority in the exercise of its functions. But let me inform the House that the remuneration of the governor and the deputy governors are actually disclosed in the financial statements of the Bank of Mauritius, which are publicly available on the website of the bank.
Yes.
The question had also asked, first of all, I take note that the Prime Minister will not provide these details to the House. However, the Financial Services Commission, for example, where some of them are appointed, at least one of them, he could have disclosed that information. Let me nonetheless ask the Prime Minister whether he is prepared to consult the Bank of Mauritius for a review in the name of keeping foreign currency in Mauritius, the astronomical figures of per diem that is paid to the governor, for example, when he travels, which amounts to $1,400 apparently, and $200 for entertainment allowance, 73,000 rupees, but paid in dollar. Is that something that he's prepared to review?
That is not part of the question, Madam Speaker. And I did say that if you want to get all the information, it's on the financial statement of the Bank of Mauritius on its website.
Okay. Next question. The Honourable First Member for Savane and Black River, Mr. Balaj.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B713.
Madam Speaker, in regards to Part A and A1 of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that between 2020 and the 18th of July 2025, 117 drug cases have been detected in the West Coast, leading to the arrest of 163 suspects, of whom 146 are Mauritian nationals and 17 are foreign citizens. As for Part A2 of the question, I'm informed that inquiries are in progress in all these cases. With regard to Part B of the question concerning the possible installation of safe city surveillance cameras at the roads leading to the 4 entrances of La Paz, I'm informed that there are 204 safe city cameras installed at key locations, as well as policing by 11 police stations and 7 National Coast Guards. Regular foot, mobiles and sea aerial patrols by the NCG personnel, as well as by the Dawn aircraft and police helicopters also monitor the coastal region. However, the region is monitored by 3 coastal surveillance radar system stations located at Le Monde, Albion, and Grand Gobe. These operate on a 24-hour basis and provide real-time data on vessel movements. A more advanced CSRS donated by the government of Japan is expected to be operational by October or November of next year, and which will offer significantly enhanced surveillance capacity. In addition, with a view to enhancing our maritime surveillance, Mauritius continues to collaborate with regional maritime centers, namely the Regional Maritime Information Fusion Center in Madagascar and the Regional Coordination Cooperation Center in Seychelles. I also wish to inform the House that in February 2024, Mauritius signed a bilateral agreement with Réunion Island to strengthen cooperation in the fight against drug trafficking and the use of maritime routes for smuggling. Given the current surveillance framework in place, Madam Speaker, and the enhancement already underway, the question of installing additional safe city cameras along the west coast, covering the roads leading to the 4 main La Paz, would best be addressed by the outcome of a comprehensive risk and threat assessment, which is ongoing. The matter remains under consideration, and further reinforcement measures will be taken as and when deemed operationally necessary.
Yes. Okay. The Honourable Second Member for Grand Bay Poudre d'Or, Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B714.
Madam Speaker, the Dubai Expo 2020 was held from October 2021 to March 2022. Dubai Expo 2020 was clearly a travel folly by the former ministers using taxpayers' money at a time when the Mauritian people were reeling under the impact of the COVID pandemic. Most families were financially in difficulty, but also worried about the COVID. These people were traveling at taxpayers' money. I hope you ask me a question next time on this. I'm informed, you're getting the answer. I'm informed that 11 ministers, 11 of the previous government, together with the accompanying delegations, attended the Dubai Expo 2020. 3 former ministers. I did say 11 ministers, but 3 former ministers, namely Mr. Padiachi, former Minister of Finance, Mr. Balgobin, former Minister of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation, and Mr. Bola, former Minister of Industrial Development, SMEs and Cooperative. They attended the same expo twice. Explain to me why. Why did they have to go twice? Huh? Yeah? The total participation costs of the ministerial delegations amounted to 8,252,970 rupees and 89 cents. Madam Speaker, the list is very long. It will take a longer time. I think it's better to table the list together with the duration of the stay, the per diem and other allowances drawn.
Yes. One question. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform what criteria were used to select attendees of Dubai Expo? Because now it's the time for us to expose the former government, as so much of public funds have been used.
Don't make a statement. Ask your question. Yes. Yes, Prime Minister.
There was no criteria. We can't say any criteria. Why would somebody have to go twice? 3 ministers went twice. And they went with delegation. This is why I will table it. There was, as I called it, a travel folly. It was an occasion for them. People were dying with COVID here. They couldn't be there. Damn. I was going to say something else. And they just traveled, enjoyed. enjoy, because gouvernement nous l'a mis, faire ce qu'il doit faire.
Okay? Yes. What do you have? A supplementary? Okay?
I'm glad that the Prime Minister is prepared
No comment. If you put this question,
to table.
Don't do the same.
Is that a
everyone.
comment?
No, give me a question.
Qui shut up, da. Il peut dire vous shut up.
No.
Alors, he's
We were doing very well up to now.
I am, well, il doit se passer des commentaires comme ça. Ah, s'il veut pas travailler, qu'il a là à la maison. Il a là à la maison. Combien de temps on va permettre encore comme ça?
Honourable member,
La question c'est,
you were asking a
oui,
question.
la
Please
question
answer.
au Premier ministre, c'est je suis ravi qu'il va donner les détails. J'espère qu'il puisse prendre l'engagement ici de donner les détails systématiquement à toutes les questions du report sur les voyages. Parce que la dernière fois, j'ai pas eu les informations.
It was not a question.
Do it systematically. Transparency. That's
The honourable member seems to forget.
Try to
I've
answer. to-
always given all the details, except for the Bank of Mauritius, which I just always, you ask any question you want to ask, I'm giving all the details of the amount of money they spend. It's a criminal. These people should be hanged.
Honourable second member for Conseil Militaire. I don't want to say the word shut up again. Give me 1 second. I will take this time to apologize for last time when I couldn't bear it anymore and I said shut up, which is not a parliamentary word. So I am now apologizing to the House. But don't push me too far, please. Madam Tanu, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B715, please.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, in regard to part A1 and 2 of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that for the period 2014 to 2024, 3,337 cases have been reported to the Cybercrime Unit, and the outcome are as follows. 111 cases have been resolved, 147 cases are awaiting advice from the DPP, 14 cases are awaiting trial, 889 cases are still inquiry as of the 18th of July of this year, and 2,176 cases have been filed. In regards to part B of the question, I'm further informed that the following measures have been put in place for the improvement, efficiency, and rapid service delivery by the Cybercrime Unit. First of all, significant increase in staffing from 13 to 21, 13 in 2014 to 21 in 2025 to handle multiple investigations simultaneously. Regular training of these officers entirely are emerging cybercrime trends and digital evidence handling is going on. Strengthened collaboration with local agencies such as the CRTMU and IITA, as well as with international law enforcement bodies to accelerate investigations, including direct 24/7 contact channels with platforms like Facebook and TikTok to expedite requests. Action through CRTMU Mauritius for the removal of illegal online content and 24/7 cyber patrols by the police IT unit to monitor and detect suspicious online activity. Fourth, the digital forensic lab at the police IT unit is now operational on a 24-hour basis to enable prompt analysis of electronic evidence. Madam Speaker, the House will appreciate that the issue of cybercrime is a complex challenge being faced worldwide. The collaboration of each stakeholder as well as the public is required to combat this scourge. The government is fully committed to continuously enhancing the capacity of our institutions to respond effectively to the ever-evolving cybercrime threats. In that respect, as I mentioned, a specialized unit is currently being set up to focus specifically on cybersecurity-related issues with technical assistance from external expertise. These efforts are part of a broader strategy to modernize policing and safeguard our digital environment. As stated in the government program of 2025-2029, the Ministry of Information Technology, Communication and Innovation is also considering amendments to be made to the Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Act to strengthen the provisions on auditing of critical sectors and child online protection due to the evolving nature of cyber threats landscape.
Yes, all, you're happy? Okay, so now 718 has been withdrawn. So now we have the Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigues, Mr. Edouard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B717, please.
Madam Speaker, the Social Contribution and Social Benefits Act provides for the payment of the monthly CSG income allowance to an eligible employee only if the employer has submitted the relevant returns and has paid or remitted to the Mauritius Revenue Authority. First of all, both the employers and the employees of the CSG contributions. Secondly, the contribution of the National Savings Fund. Thirdly, the Human Resource Development Council training levy. And fourthly, contributions of to the Portable Retirement Gratuity Fund. I'm informed by the MRA that for the period from January 2025 to date, 1,634 complaints have been received from employees who were not paid the CSG income allowance because the employers, 1,115 total, did not comply with the statutory requirements. Out of these complaints, 22 relate to employees in Rodrigues and concern 19 defaulting employers. I'm informed, Madam Speaker, by the MRA that through enforcement actions, out of the 1,634 complaints, 1,456, including the 16 complaints from Rodrigues, have already been resolved. The MRA has paid the CSG income allowance to 1,444 of those employees and will effect payment for the remaining by this week. For the remaining 178 employees, including 6 cases that are from Rodrigues, the MRA is taking action to initiate legal proceedings against the 82 employers concerned.
Thank you. Yes. Now I have the Honourable Third Member for Rodrigues, Madam Mano. No? 719. 719? We haven't done yet. Mr. Edouard? Oh, you have a second question. I'm sorry. So, Mr. Edouard...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B719.
Okay. There was one which was withdrawn, so I was lost.
Madam Speaker, with regards to the water sector, the Government of Mauritius has signed the following agreements with the Agence Française de Développement since 2019. To date, first, a technical assistance of 600,000 euros signed on the 5th of September 2019 to support the water sector in Mauritius and Rodrigues. Under this assistance, the Rodrigues Water Resources Strategy and Priority Action Plan were developed, among others. Second, a technical assistance of 1.3 million euro signed on the 26th of February 2024 for a study in Rodrigues on the depth and the volume of freshwater aquifers for the development of new boreholes. Third, a technical assistance of 800,000 euro was also signed on the 26th of February 2024, out of which 462,640 euros were for the development of a strategy for rainwater management and flood risk prevention on the island of Rodrigues, and the remainder to develop a strategy for the improved capacity absorption in Mauritius. Madam Speaker, on the 1st of December 2023, the Government of Mauritius also signed a sector budget support loan agreement with AFD for reform in the water sector in Mauritius and Rodrigues. The quantum of the loan is 200 million euros. This sector budget support, the loan, is coupled with a grant of 2 million euro, and this grant is being used to finance the elaboration of a water policy for Mauritius, improving water quality in Rodrigues, and a technical advisor providing support to the Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities and the Rodrigues Public Utility Corporation. With respect to the projects earmarked under this loan assistance, I would like to highlight that the loan from AFD is a sector budget support loan. The financing from a budget support loan is not earmarked for specific projects. Accordingly, the proceeds of the loan are directly credited to the consolidated fund and contribute to the financing of various projects and programs in the water sector, both for Mauritius and Rodrigues. As per sector budget support loan agreement, disbursements are linked to key performance indicators in the water sector, again for both Mauritius and Rodrigues. So far, 105 million euros have been disbursed under this loan agreement. Madam Speaker, over and above the financing from AFD, there are several projects for the water sector that are being implemented for both Mauritius and Rodrigues. The main ones are 3.1 billion rupees, including 1.4 billion for the construction of the Rivière des Anguilles Dam, 1.2 billion for pipe replacement projects, and 100 million for the rehabilitation of La Ferme Dam, 50 million for the upgrading of Piton du Milieu water treatment, 73 million for the construction and upgrading of pumping stations at Poudre d'Or and Plaine-Lezon, 100 million for containerized filtration plants, drilling of boreholes and maintenance of feeder canals, and 50 million for the replacement of bulk water meters. For Rodrigues, 216.3 million has been provided in the budget of the Mauritius Regional Assembly 2025-2026. These funds are mainly to meet the operating costs of the Commission responsible for water, Rodrigues public utilities, and rainwater harvesting scheme. Second, 540 million for 2 desalination plants, distribution networks, and metering finance from MIC. Third, $10 million, which amounts to about 457 million rupees, is a grant from the World Bank and European Union to support Rodrigues' sustainable development with a particular focus on water and food security. Let me reassure the House, Madam Speaker, that we are not leaving Rodrigues behind, not at all. Over 1 billion rupees have been earmarked for the water sector for the next 2 financial years in Rodrigues.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Time is now up. I will give a list of all the PQs that have been withdrawn. 7B 725, 726, 727, 729, and 721. Thank you. Now I'm calling PQs for ministers. The Honourable Third Member for Port-Louis North and Montaignon, Mr. Kazan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. PQ B 730, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that several projects have been earmarked for the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Services, MFRS, with a view to enhancing our national emergency response capacity. This includes the construction of a new headquarters and fire station at Catabon, the development of new fire stations at Woodlands, Montagne Blanche, and Jinfei, the establishment of 8 satellite fire stations in various regions across the country. These projects are being supervised by the Ministry of National Infrastructure, that is the MNI. My ministry is working in close collaboration with MNI and is monitoring progress through a dedicated project steering committee. Each project is currently at different stages of implementation, which include land allocation, architectural and technical planning, tender evaluation and award, construction and site development. This execution of these projects also entails multi-agency coordination involving Central Procurement Board, other relevant ministries, and local authorities to ensure streamlined process and timely completion. Given the scope of these infrastructure developments, I am tabling for the consideration of the Honourable Member a comprehensive status report outlining the following key information for each fire station project: start dates, expected completion timelines, current progress of implementation. This report is being submitted for reference and provides all pertinent technical and administrative details relevant to the planning and execution of the respective projects.
Thank you, Minister. May I just inform the House that PQB 737 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade. Okay, so we now carry on. The Honourable Second Member for Grand Bay Poudre d'Or, Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B731.
Madam Speaker, I am informed that Mrs. Nandita Ramdewa is the Group Chief Executive Officer of the State Insurance Company of Mauritius Limited, SICOM. In regard to Part A of the question, I am advised that Mrs. Ramdewa joined SICOM on 4 May 1992 as Manager Finance on a permanent and pensionable basis. She has since held various positions within the company. She was appointed Group CEO on 5 May 2021, and she's also a Director of the SICOM Board since 20 September 2013. With respect to Part B of the question, I'm informed that Mrs. Ramdewa is a Fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, FCCA, and holds an MBA from the University of Manchester. With regard to her experience, she worked at De Charal-Jumet & Co. prior to joining SICOM in May 1992. She has occupied the following positions at SICOM prior to being appointed Group CEO. Senior Manager on 1st January 2002, Group Senior Manager Corporate on 1st July 2010, Chief Finance Officer on 1st July 2013, Deputy Group CEO on 15 February 2018, and Officer in Charge on 2 September 2019. Madam Speaker, regarding to Part C of the question, I am informed that as at 30th of June 2024, her annual remuneration, including salaries, other allowances, and performance bonus amounted to 11,506,022 rupees. In addition, the company contributes pension-related benefits amounting to 3,206,354, thus making a total remuneration package of 14,712,375. This information is as published in the company's financial statement. I'm informed that her current monthly pay package is 762,242, which does not include performance bonus, car benefit, passage benefit, and pension-related benefits. Following her appointment as Group CEO in May 2021, there were 3 salary adjustments of 3.5% respectively, namely 2 increments and 1 salary review for the last 5 years. Taking into consideration her total remuneration, which includes salaries, allowances, bonus, refund of leave, pension-related contribution, and other benefits, it is observed that there has been an increase of 37.5% from 2020 to 2024. I am also advised that salary adjustments are determined by an independent salary commissioner according to SICOM's internal policies, and these adjustments are approved by the board or considered and approved by the board. Madam Speaker, my ministry will ensure that it monitors corporate governance and executive remuneration matters across institutions under its purview in line with public expectation and best practice framework, although we must bear in mind that this is a company under the Companies Act which has a board which is responsible for the governance matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. One question, yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister inform whether the increase of the actual remuneration package of the concerned person was approved by the board? And if yes, when and under what policy framework, as she is only a FCCA, compared to the previous CEO, who is a qualified actuary?
Madam Speaker, I can confirm that every salary increase and payment has been approved by the board, and so I can confirm that. But I understand that there are some concerns probably that a public sector organization executive pay is perceived as being high, especially for a company which the asset under management of that company, 62% of it comes from government. So it's a very captive market share. It's not like a commercial, like any other commercial enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you. You okay? All right. The Honourable Third Member for Beaubassin Petite Rivière.
B732, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that all elderly persons of 90 years old and above are eligible for domiciliary visits by virtue of age. Secondly, all persons aged 0 to 89 years who need constant care and attention of another person, including bedridden persons who are in receipt of a carer's allowance, are also eligible to domiciliary visits. With regard to Part A of the question, I am informed that as at July 2025, 4,836 persons aged 90 years and above are eligible for domiciliary visits affected by medical practitioners of my ministry. Secondly, 24,745 persons who are aged 0 to 89 years and also beneficiaries of carer's allowance are eligible for the domiciliary visits affected by medical practitioners of my ministry. With regard to Part B of the question, I am informed that as at date, there are 352 medical practitioners working on a sessional basis contract at the medical unit of my ministry who carry out monthly domiciliary visits to eligible beneficiaries. With regard to Part C of the question, I am informed that since January 2025 to date, domiciliary visits have been discontinued for 1,906 persons as a result of death, and for 179 persons aged 0 to 89 years for non-renewal of their carer's allowance. Madam Speaker, for the benefit of the House, let me also add that compared to December 2024, where there were 29,024 domiciliary visits, in July 2025, there are now 29,581 beneficiaries of domiciliary visits. That is more than 557 more beneficiaries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madame la Présidente, le ministre, dans sa réponse, a fait état du fait que ce n'est qu'à partir de 90 ans, si j'ai bien compris, que les personnes...
Il a mentionné ceux de 0 à 89 aussi. Moi, j'ai bien écouté. Il a mentionné ceux de 90 ans et ceux...
There are two categories.
Voilà. Dans la fourchette,
donc moi
0 à 89.
Oui, j'ai bien compris.
Qui sont bedridden et qui en ont besoin.
Voilà. Donc je porte à l'attention du ministre, il y a un cas dans notre circonscription, une dame de chez Belle, Madame MGJ, atteinte d'Alzheimer, et dont la visite médicale et la carer's allowance ont été supprimées sans raison valable.
Non,
elle a bénéficié.
C'est difficile pour le ministre de vous répondre.
Non, c'est par rapport à plusieurs cas. Dans plusieurs personnes qui sont dans ce même cas. Mais là, je cite un exemple particulier pour lui dire quelles sont les dispositions qui sont prises. Je peux comprendre qu'il y a des réformes en cours qui sont très valables, mais dans l'immédiat, afin de justement venir en aide à ces personnes, quelles sont les solutions immédiates qui pourraient être prises afin que ces personnes puissent justement continuer à vivre comme il faut, sans trop de difficultés, je dirais.
I thank the honourable member. I can inquire on the particular case if you give me the names and the details. As for the measures, as indicated in the last paragraph of my answer, measures have already been taken. This is why we have 557 more beneficiaries of domiciliary visits, and we'll continue in this trend.
Dr. Umia first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether he can see to with the Medical Appeal Board of his ministry that they make necessary arrangements for those people who are going on the appeal board and who cannot ambulatory make it there and are bedridden due to medical disease or else, are denied having an appeal fairly, since I'm not going to continue a particular case that has been denied only last week. Please look into that.
I think this is a very, very important question. Measures have been taken for as it stands now. All persons above 90 get the appropriate measures are taken for them, for the bedridden above 90. Measures are also be taken for, I've just learned, for persons above 80, but we can also extend the measures for all people who can't attend the medical board. And we will seek resources for it. Thank you.
You should do like in court. You can do online, Zoom, if they can, at their age. I don't know. Yes, Mr. Edouard.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Est-ce que le ministre peut nous dire s'il y a un mécanisme de suivi pour s'assurer que ces personnes reçoivent effectivement la visite du médecin? Parce que parfois, même si c'est recommandé, elles ne voient jamais le médecin à domicile. Merci.
I've already given the list and the visits, but I can assure the honourable member, whenever there is a case reported to me of doctors not attending the visits, measures are taken, and we look very, very strictly on this issue, because all these people are our elderly.
Yes. Okay, on the elderly. Now I have the third member for Montagne Blanche, I think, Dr. Somtali. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B733.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will reply to PQ B733 and B742, together as they pertain the same subject matter. The purpose of the small community projects is to upgrade and maintain infrastructure falling under the jurisdiction of the local authorities. As I mentioned, the House in my reply PQ B677 on 15 July 2025, the football ground at Ernest Florent has been cleared. 6 out of the 12 floodlights are not functionable thereat. The District Council of FLAC has informed that works are being undertaken by in-house labor and are expected to be completed by 7 August 2025. The ground wiring is being replaced by overhead wiring. There are currently no toilet facilities thereat. I have been advised that the Council is presently carrying out a survey as regards construction of public toilets in 23 regions under its jurisdiction. It is expected that the estimated cost would revolve around 46 million rupees for the construction thereof under a design and build model. As regard to Olivia Football Ground, I am informed that it is in a good state except for the lighting system. The floodlights are currently being replaced. This replacement could not be undertaken earlier in view of lack of funds. Toilet facilities are available at the village hall, which is adjacent to the football ground. A proposal for the construction of a covered garden, including fencing and installation of profilage, has been submitted for consideration to my ministry at an estimated cost of 10 million rupees. Madam Speaker, with regard to the Bramston football ground, the House may wish to note that the Council is currently undertaking the construction of a cloakroom with toilet facilities under the Indian grant assistance to a tune of 1.9 million rupees. The project has already started and will be completed by 31st August 2025. I am also informed that the Council intends to construct covered shelters thereat for an amount of 15 million rupees upon the availability of funds. Repairs work are currently ongoing for the football ground regarding the lighting system. The work would be completed by this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. The Honourable second member for Vieux-Grand-Port.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is question B/734, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, since 2021, sandalwood is listed as a protected plant in the Forests and River Reserves Act. As such, the Forestry Service and the National Plant Protection Office regulate the exploitation and export of sandalwood. I wish to inform the House that sandalwood tree is among the most expensive wood and commands high prices because of its cosmetic and therapeutic value, mainly for its essential oil, and there's a huge international demand for sandalwood with its fragrant hardwood, its most valuable part, priced at over $400 per kilogram. In regards to Part A of the question, I wish to highlight that there are no licenses that are issued in regard to the exploitation and trade of any protected plant. However, dealers of sandalwood are required to register with the Forestry Service to be able to conduct any activity related to exploitation or trade, and contraveners are liable to penalties established under the Forests and Reserves Act. During the past 5 years, 23 companies have been registered as sandalwood dealers by the Forestry Service, and as date, only 11 of them are still active. Madam Speaker, just for the years 2023 and 2024, my ministry through the National Protection Office, Plants Office, has issued 75 and 69 phytosanitary certificates for the exportation of 689 tons and 1,017 tons of sandalwoods, respectively, for export to different countries, namely United Arab Emirates, India, and China. These figures indicate that there is an overexploitation of sandalwood in Mauritius, and this overexploitation is causing widespread destruction of sandalwood trees on both state and private properties. To address this issue, regulations were made in October 2024 to prevent the cutting and felling of sandalwood without the authorization of the conservator of forests. Nonetheless, from January 2025 to date, phytosanitary certificate had been issued for the exportation of 98 tons of sandalwood. Madam Speaker, with a view to addressing the issue of theft of sandalwood in state lands and the continuous exploitation of the plant, the legislative framework was further strengthened in May 2025, whereby its cutting, felling, exploitation, and export were banned for a period of 10 years to allow the species to regenerate, as sandalwood is a relatively slow grower. Any person caught contravening these regulations would inter alia be liable to pay 5 times the value of the forest produce in addition to any penalty imposed by a court of law. Madam Speaker, with regards to Part B1, of the question, the Forestry Service, for its part, is working on a program for the reforestation of sandalwood species within the island. Moreover, technical advice is being dispensed to those willing to engage in sandalwood plantation. As for Part B2, in order to enforce the regulations banning the exploitation and trade of sandalwood, regular patrols within state land and reserve are being carried out by the Forestry Service, and the assistance of Special Mobile Force and Police Force is sought as and when required. Interventions are also carried out on private-owned lands within the island to combat the illegal harvesting of sandalwood.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, you're right. Yes. First member for Rodrigues, Ms. Colette.
B735, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Master and Registrar of the Supreme Court that a budget of 2 million rupees has been allocated for the procurement of transcription software that will enable the real-time transcription of audio recordings of court proceedings in English, French, and Creole. The Honourable Member will be pleased to note that an additional sum of 2 million rupees has also been allocated for the implementation of a bundle project for Rodrigues, which will combine a digital court recording system with a video conferencing facility. As regards the timeline, the deployment of the transcription software is expected to begin in February 2026 and be completed by August 2026. The project for the Rodrigues Court is scheduled to start in January 2026 and is expected to be completed by June 2026. As regards the expected outcome for efficiency and backlog reduction, as regards Part B of this question, we're indeed implementing these changes to improve the efficiency of the judicial system. At present, obtaining transcripts of proceedings can take several months, and their unavailability often leads to the postponement of cases and judgments. Since the new transcription system will be automated and produce output in real time, we can reasonably expect significant time savings. Regarding the backlog of cases, Madam Speaker, we anticipate that existing recordings will also be fed into the system, which would help to expedite matters. However, the issue of backlog is multidimensional and must also be addressed through improved staffing and better organizational solutions for our courts, areas which this government is fully committed to tackling. Which brings me, Madam Speaker, to Part C of the question. The practical implementation of these reforms will be crucial, as the system must operate efficiently with appropriate hardware, regular maintenance, and staff who are properly trained to use it. In this regard, I am informed by the Master and Registrar that training programs will be delivered to all relevant officers in due course to ensure the optimal use of the new systems.
Thank you. Attorney General, happy? Yes. The fourth member for Rodrigues, Mr. Edouard.
B736, please.
Madam Speaker, let me at the outset emphasize that my ministry remains fully committed to supporting Rodrigues in its efforts to strengthen food security and improve the sustainability of its livestock sector. I recently engaged in constructive discussions with Commissioner Louis-Ange Perrine, the Commissioner of Agriculture in the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, to explore collaborative ways of facilitating this matter. Madam Speaker, we are aware that Rodrigues did face challenges in the supply of animal feed, particularly during the period December 2024 to January 2025. I am informed that these difficulties were largely due to a combination of factors, including supply disruptions from a key mainland producer, limited storage capacity on the island, gaps in demands planning for peak periods, and end-of-year shipping delays. I am further informed that the situation has now improved, and since March this year, the supply of animal feed has stabilized, with even a surplus reported in June 2025. Nevertheless, my ministry recognizes the need for a more structured and resilient supply framework going forward. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that there are presently 142 different types of animal feed available on the Rodrigues market, catering to various animal species. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I will table the list of these 142 types of animal feed. This diversity, while reflecting on the needs of local livestock, present certain logistical challenges in terms of importation and storage, which would require a more coordinated and streamlined approach. In this context, my ministry, in collaboration with the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, will explore all possibilities. Through this collaborative approach, we aim to promote better planning and strengthen market linkages in a manner that would ultimately benefit Rodrigues breeders and which will ensure both continuity of supply and price stability in the livestock sector in Rodrigues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Yes. Yes, Mr. Edouard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister please consider have a bigger warehouse in Rodrigues?
Madam Speaker, we will have to work on it, and if funds is available, we will consider.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Francois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, being given the import of these 142 animal feeds fluctuates, and it depends on the shelf lives and the quantity of live animals also in Rodrigues. Will the Honourable Minister agreeable to ensure that his ministry and the Ministry of Shipping to guarantee enough containers whenever required by local importers to avoid any shortage there?
We will work with the Ministry of Shipping.
Very good. Thank you. Time is moving up. We got this Honourable First Member for Port-Louis Maritime and Port-Louis East, Mr. Juman.
B738.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that a plot of land of an extent of approximately 2,600 square meters at Rosebois has been vested in my ministry in June 2018 for the construction of Rosebois Community Health Center. The specification, tender drawings, bills of quantities, and cost estimates were prepared by Hospital Services Consultancy Corporation Limited in December 2019. After the first bidding exercise carried out in July 2019, the contract was awarded to AWL Trading and Contracting Company Limited for the sum of 39,069,190 rupees 50 sous. However, as the latter didn't submit a performance security as laid down in the conditions of contract within the specified time frame, the award was cancelled in February 2020. Subsequently, a second bidding exercise was undertaken in August 2020, and the contract was awarded to Ganesan Construction Limited in February 2021 for an amount of 36,237,936 rupees. The contract was signed on 28 May 2021, and the duration of work was 300 calendar days as from handing over the site. However, due to illegal squatters, the site could only be handed over to the contractor on 24 August 2021. The start and completion dates were set for 7 September 2021 and 4 July 2022 respectively. Since the start, the progress of work of contractor was very, very slow, and several warnings were issued to him. As no improvement in the progress was noted, and on the advice of the consultant, the contract was eventually terminated on 22nd May 2023 in line with the conditions of the contract. The performance guarantee of an amount of approximately 3.7 million was forfeited. The total percentage of work completed was approximately 8%, for which an amount of 2,746,415 rupees had been paid to the contractor. Subsequently, the consultants of the project were requested to assess the remaining works and prepare cost estimates. The consultants initially submitted a cost estimate of 50.5 million. However, some essential components such as boundary wall, gates, lift provisions, and general and contingency were omitted. My ministry therefore requested the consultant to review the scope of work and the cost estimates. In March 2024, the consultant submitted an amended scope of works and cost estimates amounting to 77 million rupees. However, the Ministry of Finance requested my ministry to review the requirements with a view to bringing down the cost of the project. Madam Speaker, the consultant is at present in the process of reviewing the concept design before proceeding with detailed design and drawings. My ministry has approached the Ministry of National Infrastructure to advise on the way forward.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Jamal.
Honourable Minister, thank you. By when can we expect the work to start? By when we can expect through your consultant, constructors, etc., by when we can expect the work to start on site?
Madam Speaker, I personally believe, having a long experience in infrastructure works, I personally believe that this has to be scrapped and we have to hand over the entire work to the experts of the Ministry of Infrastructure, because they have to look into the issue over again, because the sum which has been which are demanding is too exaggerating. It's impossible for us to spend that much of money. That is the reason why I personally believe that you have to hand over the matter to the Ministry of Public Infrastructure.
So you can't give a time frame?
No.
May I request the Honourable Minister to clear the bushy land there, because the site there is bushy. Can you clear there?
So I'll look into the issue. We'll try to have the site cleared. But I personally again believe that it is too much exaggerated. The consultants are exaggerating. I'm clear.
Okay. I don't know if we can do within 3 minutes. The next question, we can try. Let's try. Okay, Honourable Second Member for Savan and Black River.
Speaker, please. B739, please.
Okay, Minister of Local Government. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the District Council of Savan that the project titled Construction of New Market Fair at Chemin was initiated in October 2021 with a contract value of 125 million rupees inclusive of VAT. The project, which includes a double-story office building, mechanical and electrical works, and external site and drainage works, is currently 98% complete. The only remaining works concerns asphalting along the stormwater drain at the periphery of the site. These works are scheduled to be finalized by September 2025. Upon completion, the Council's consultant will prepare the final accounts. As regard to the proposal of the installing solar photovoltaic PV panel at the new market fair, I am informed that this initiative was put forward by the Honourable Member in February 2022 during his tenure as District Councillor. The proposal was referred to the Mechanical and Electrical M&E consultant for a feasibility study. The consultant confirmed that it was technically feasible to install a 5 kilowatt system comprising 17 PV panels on the roof at an estimated cost of 525,000 rupees. This was supported by a preliminary quote of 300,000 rupees exclusive of VAT from KYA Engineers Limited, subject to further technical input from Meteorological Service. The Council, during its sittings of 27 July 2022, agreed that the PV panel installation would be considered for implementation upon project completion and subject to availability savings or contingency funds. Madam Speaker, my ministry has since consulted the Ministry of Energy and Public Utilities regarding possible support scheme for the installation of PV system. Based on advice received, the District Council of Savan has been recommended to apply under these two key schemes managed by the Central Electricity Board, that is the CEB. Public sector entities, PSE scheme, that is own investment. This scheme allows public sector entities to invest in PV system up to 2 megawatt, with CEB purchasing the generated electricity at 4.20 rupees per kilowatt. The energy bill of the entity is credited accordingly. The capacity is capped at 150% of the entity annual energy consumption. And secondly, CEB public building solar project, that is free installation. Under this scheme, Madam Speaker, CB installed a free PV system up to 50 kilowatt, funded 27% by the Green Climate Fund and 73% by the Ministry of Finance, refundable over 20 years. The installation cost is recovered via deduction from the PSC monthly electricity bill. The tender for this scheme has already been floated with a closing date set for 20 August 2025. I'm further informed that the District Council of Savannah has already submitted 4 applications under the CB Public Building Solar Project for PV installation at the Council Head Office and 3 village hall. The Council may now consider applying under either of these 2 schemes for the Chemin Grenier Market Fair once the construction is completed and the defect liability period expires around September 2025. Madam Speaker, the inclusion of solar photovoltaic system aligned with national sustainability goals and would contribute to reducing the electricity cost for the Council. The implementation, however, will depend on the availability of funds or successful application under the aforementioned schemes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Okay. I suspend the sitting for 1.5 hours. Parliamentary questions. Honourable First Member for Piton-Rivière-du-Rempart, Dr. Paya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B740, please.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the National Transport Corporation that 69 buses of various makes and model are parked at Rivière-du-Rempart depot, out of which 66 buses are operational. The 3 remaining buses are to be scrapped, as 2 of them, registered in year 2004, have reached their 21 years road life, while 1 registered in 2007 is beyond economic repair. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that the buses from Rivière-du-Rempart depot operate along 13 routes, covering a daily average of 13,100 kilometers. Safety and security of passengers remain a priority of the NTC, and an average of 20 buses are grounded daily for repairs and servicing at the said depot. I wish to also apprise the House that only buses that are roadworthy have valid certificates of fitness are allowed by the NTC to operate. For the sake of time, Madam Speaker, I am tabling information relating to the roadworthiness and certificate of fitness of the buses. Madam Speaker, I have to inform the House that operational and HR issues at Rivière-du-Rempart have been brought to my attention several times by my colleague as well. I have requested the NTC to probe into the matter at the earliest, now that we have a new general manager, 1 week ago, Dr. Arvind Sunaran, who knows the domain well because he's a mechanical engineer.
Thank you, Minister. Is that all right? Yes. Honourable Fourth Member for Port Louis North and Montagnard.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. B741.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for this question. I wish to inform this House that the comprehensive process of constituting the boards of our public higher education institutions has been formally initiated and has progressed to a considerable advanced stage. I'm informed that the completion of this critical governance framework is imminent and shall be finalized within the immediate term. Madam Speaker, during this interim period, and in order to safeguard the uninterrupted operational efficacy and governance of these institutions of paramount importance to our educational landscape, the Permanent Secretary of my ministry has graciously undertaken to serve in the capacity of acting chairman for the University of Technology, Mauritius, Open University of Mauritius, while also providing administrative guidance and facilitation to all the other HEIs to ensure absolute continuity and strategic oversight in the operations of these institutions, thereby precluding most major disruptions to the essential functions and progressive development of these establishments. Moreover, in the aftermath of the last general election, I have established a calendar of regular management consultations with the heads of our higher education institutions. These systematic management meetings, which I chair personally, are conducted to ensure optimal coordination among all stakeholders to address expeditiously any operational considerations that may arise and to maintain the most exacting standards of international excellence throughout this transitional phase. Madam Speaker, I wish most emphatically to show this House that the formal establishment of these boards remain an absolute priority within my ministry's agenda. And I undertake to keep this House fully apprised of all substantive development as they unfold.
Thank you, Minister. Yes? Yes?
Madam Speaker, as the Minister is aware, he cannot, neither him or the Permanent Secretary,
question.
It is a question, substitute themselves to the councils, to the statutory legislations that which regulates the University of Mauritius, the University Technology of Mauritius, the Open University, and Université de Mascarille. Therefore, can the Minister say, with regard to the decisions taken by these all these institutions to date, since 8 months, whether it is in terms of recruitment and other administrative functions, have these decisions to date been overtaken by him or his permanent secretary, or have they been left on autopilot?
I can assure the member that there has been no recruitment on permanent basis during this month.
My second question. That is precisely my point, Madam Speaker. In fact, there is, for example, at the University of Mauritius, for the medical department, there is a lack of trained doctors who come to...
Question, please.
Is the
Member.
Minister aware that there is a dire need of decisions to be taken by this council as their statutory
That's good. That's a question.
framework provide, and that since 8 months, as he has admitted himself, they are paralyzed? Is that acceptable to the taxpayer?
Let me tell the honourable member, for the first time, we have doubled the number of students following medical courses at University of Mauritius, and the programs are running well. The program depends on a number of professionals working part-time in our hospitals, and both public and private. So I can assure the member, we are fully aware, and the situation is under control.
Last.
That is precisely, Madam Speaker,
Don't
because
make statements.
of operational capacity now being, because of the number of students that have increased, while the operational capacity has been fully stretched out and needs a council to appoint new personnel.
The honourable member has taken the example of medicine, where we need both people who are practicing. So we depend a lot on part-time tutors that the universities can recruit under their own regulation, because they are not full-time. So I can assure the member that the universities are allowed to take professionals who are practicing, because they need to teach our students about the practical skills, and this is being done.
Okay, next question. Give me time now to find where I am. There's one question which has already been replied. That is question B742. That we have already had. So now we move on to, I can't hear. The Honourable Second Member for Kalsi Miltiamuka, Dr. Tani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B743, please.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Conservatoire National de Musique François Mitterrand that the part-time music teachers do not receive any salary, but are instead remunerated based on the number of hours that they have worked during a month. As per my information, they have received their remuneration up to June 2025. However, the compensation component based on actual hours worked has not been paid since March 2025. This delay has been attributed to the payroll software license not being renewed on time by the Conservatoire, leading to its expiry at the end of February 2025. Consequently, all calculations are being done manually, which has significantly shown down the process. Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate that I have come to learn of this matter only through the present parliamentary question. I do not accept that staff should be penalized due to poor planning by the Conservatoire's management. With only 46 part-time music teachers and adequate administrative staff in place, such computations could and should have been done using basic tools like Excel spreadsheets. The delay is therefore unjustified. I have given clear instruction that all outstanding compensation, including arrears, must be paid in full by the end of this month. At the same time, the Conservatoire has been directed to initiate procurement exercise for the renewal of its payroll software without further delay. Additionally, I have requested an internal investigation to determine the reasons behind this situation. Where necessary, appropriate action will be taken to ensure that similar lapses do not occur in the future. Madam Speaker, I will not tolerate administrative efficiency that delays fair and timely payment to employees. We remain committed to upholding transparency, accountability, and good governance across all public institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Tanu, it's all right. Okay, so now I have the Honourable third member for Montagne Blanche and Grand River South East. Dr. Shamtali.
Thank you. B744.
Madam Speaker, the new eligibility criteria for legal aid and legal assistance, as provided for in the Act passed by this House on the 8th of July, are in furtherance of this government's aim to facilitate access to justice in all districts of Mauritius, including Rodrigues. They participate towards the fulfillment of the provisions to the secure protection of the law for all, a right enshrined in Section 10 of our Constitution. The Honourable Member is therefore right to highlight, as others have done during the debates on this legislation, the need for a wide dissemination of the relevant information to members of the public. May I remind the Honourable Member that the Act imposes an obligation on the court to inform a person in a language that he is conversant with of the possibility to obtain legal aid, and at the station for a police officer who intends to record the statement of a person under warning to inform that person, in case the person is not represented by counsel, that he may make an application for legal assistance, for legal advice and counselling during the recording of the statement. A resident of Constituency number 10 will therefore benefit from this when appearing before the district courts, whether at FLAC or elsewhere, or before the High Courts in Port Louis. The legal duty being that of the court, it will be fulfilled by none other than the learned magistrate presiding over the case or the judge, as the case may be. However, I do agree that local information campaigns could be useful to reach citizens even before they get inside a courtroom or a police station. I will therefore liaise with the Chief Justice, the Master and Registrar, and the Government Information Service to look into the possibility of launching a campaign which would include having clear and instructive posters put up in public places such as post offices, community centres, court buildings, as well as publications in the press and on social media.
Thank you, Attorney General. Yes, next question. The Honourable second member for Grand Bay, Poudre d'Or, Mr. Bijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B745.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to inform the House of the Beach Authority is presently working on a project for the upgrading of La Cuvette Public Beach, which is one of the most popular beaches in the north. Pending the implementation of the above, reinstatement works will be carried out with regard to footpath, road marking, traffic signs, street lighting, and other amenities. Any suggestion from the Honourable Member is most welcome.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether additional parking facilities will be expanded to accommodate the increase in number of visitors at La Cuvette Grand Bay Public Beach? Thank you.
This also is being taken into consideration. I think we'll have a very short, near future site visit with all the MPs.
Yes. Okay, great. The Honourable first member for Piton Rivière du Rempart, Dr. Praya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B746, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that up to the year 2000, all foreign patients, including tourists foreign students, foreign workers, and other non-citizen visitors or residents seeking treatment or undergoing medical investigations in our public health institutions were required to pay for their treatments. In March 2001, a policy decision was taken to exempt foreign nationals holding a valid work permit from the payment of inpatient treatment fees in our health institutions. In 2020, the Ministry proposed a waiving of treatment fees for foreign nationals who are married to Mauritian citizens and hold a valid residence permit. However, this proposal was deferred by the then government. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to inform the House that with effect from March 2025, the Ministry's current policy provides for exemption of treatment fees for foreign nationals married to Mauritian citizens. This exemption applies to treatment received at public hospitals and healthcare facilities, subject to the production of relevant documentary evidence, such as marriage certificate and proof of residence. Furthermore, foreigners holding a valid work permit or occupational permit continue to benefit from exemption from treatment fees under the same policy. There have been instances where foreign patients have sought treatment at regional hospitals without the financial means to cover the cost. On humanitarian grounds and in line with the principles of universal access to health care, such patients have not been denied treatment. Accordingly, there have been several cases in which medical care has been provided to these individuals free of charge. Madam Speaker, with regard to outstanding payments owed by expatriates and foreign nationals for treatment received at public health care institutions, I am informed that the total outstanding amount for inpatients currently stands at 360,970 rupees for 5 patients. Madam Speaker, I wish to further inform the House that hospitals are actively following up with patients to recover outstanding fees. In cases where patients are facing financial difficulties, payment facilities are granted, allowing them to settle the treatment fees in installments.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Umir.
Thank you. In view of this current government interest in making that healthcare is available to all, may I ask the Honourable Minister whether his ministry would recommend the use of visual display units in each different hospital that would depict the services that are provided to expat, which services against type of payment, which services will be free, such as in emergency cases, and thirdly, as you rightly said, there are now some who have been exempted, and that at least for any expatriate who goes to our public hospital, they know beforehand what is awaiting them in terms of payment. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I look into the suggestion made by the Honourable Member.
Yes, sounds reasonable. Yes, thank you. Now we have the Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigue, Mr. Edouard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B747, please.
Good.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for this question. I'm informed that there are 716 students from Rodrigues are currently pursuing their academic endeavours across diverse range of courses offered within our public higher education institutions. It is important to note that since the inception of my ministry, we have received no formal representation concerning any difficulties experienced by our Rodriguan scholars in their educational pursuits. I also wish to highlight that students from Rodrigues who are enrolled in undergraduate programs derive full benefit from free tertiary education scheme. Indeed, it bears emphasis that all students who hold citizenship of the Republic of Mauritius are afforded precisely the same educational facilities and opportunities without distinction. Furthermore, I'm advised that the University of Mauritius maintains a specialized student financial assistance fund expressly designed to provide support to students from economically disadvantaged backgrounds in Rodrigues. Madam Speaker, in our endeavor to enhance accessibility and remove administrative impediments, we have instituted comprehensive digital platforms for course registration, delivery, fee settlement, thereby obviating the necessity for superfluous travel. Most notably, students may now submit their requisite document directly to the Commission for Vocational Training in Rodrigues for the purposes of University of Mauritius registration. Concurrently, our higher education institution maintains a systematic program of deploying academic and non-academic personnel to Rodrigues to deliver crucial face-to-face instruction, as well as to conduct assessment and exams, thereby ensuring that program integrity and academic excellence are uncompromisingly maintained. Madam Speaker, with respect to physical infrastructure, I'm informed that Polytechnics Mauritius Limited presently maintains 2 operational campuses in Rodrigues, situated at Baie Malgache and Mont-Lubin respectively. Of particular significance, PML has formulated a comprehensive extension project for Rodrigues Baie Malgache campus, which currently awaits deliberation by the appropriate commission within the Rodrigues Regional Assembly. This strategic expansion shall furnish 4 supplementary teaching facilities, thereby substantially augmenting our capacity to deliver an expanded curriculum and accommodate a greater number of students. I wish to reaffirm this government's steadfast and unequivocal commitment to providing inclusive educational opportunities for every citizen of our Republic. This commitment necessarily encompasses our aspiration to establish a consolidated campus facility capable of serving multiple educational institutions contingent upon the availability of the requisite financial resources. The academic aspirations and intellectual advancement of the Rodriguan youth constitute matters of supreme importance to this administration, and all future policy formulation shall be informed by our abiding principles of national unity and our unwavering dedication to ensuring equitable access to educational excellence for all our citizens. I should be most grateful if the Honourable Member would favour my ministry with any suggestion and observation that might serve to further enhance the academic experience of our esteemed Rodriguan students within our public higher education system.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Mr. Edouard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Honourable Minister for his reply. Will the Honourable Minister consider the difficulties faced by the students, Rodriguan students in Mauritius, in relation to lodging, which is very expensive here? How the Ministry can help, please. Thank you.
Yes, I would be most willing to even meet them and discuss the issue further.
Thank you. Yes. Honourable Third Member for Bobassa Petite Rivière.
B748, please.
Madam Speaker, the employment of foreign workers under a work permit is governed by the Non-Citizen Employment Restriction Act. The Act makes provision, among others, for guidelines which sets out the step to be taken by the applicant and the documents to be provided when applying for a work permit. Application for work permit in respect of foreign workers, including foreign football players, must be submitted via the National E-Licensing System, NELS, of the Economic Development Board. At the time of application, the club should submit a covering letter from the relevant club specifying the player's accommodation details, domestic transfer certificate or an international transfer certificate as the case may be, a recent cash flow statement from the applicant for the specified season, a no objection letter from the Mauritius Football Association indicating the season during which the player will participate and the name of the receiving club, additional supporting documents such as the club's certificate of association, a passport-size photograph of the player, a copy of the player's valid passport, provisional medical clearance, valid for 6 months, and a vetted employment contract, and a no objection letter from the previous employer for interclub transfer. Madam Speaker, work permits for foreign players are issued for 1 season at a time and may be renewed for an additional season subject to the approval of the residence permit by the Prime Minister's office. Players must be aged between 18 and 60 years. The general condition attached to the employment of non-citizens, including foreign players, are as follows. A work permit is issued to a particular non-citizen and the work permit is not transferable. The non-citizen is not permitted to seek or accept alternative employment while in Mauritius or to engage in any trade, art, or gainful occupation. The permit should be kept by the holder and produced to any authorized person on demand or within 3 days after demand at such police station as may be specified by the authorized person at the time of the demand. And finally, the permit may be varied or cancelled at any time. Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Ministry of Youth and Sport that the present policy is to allow football clubs to recruit up to 3 foreign players for the Super League and up to 2 foreign players for the National First Division League. Moreover, in order to ensure quality players, the Ministry of Youth and Sport has requested the National Sports Federation to include in their internal rules that local clubs would only be allowed to recruit foreign players who have played at the highest national division of their country of origin for the last 2 years.
Yes, question, yes.
À son niveau, l'honorable ministre a-t-il reçu des représentations officielles de la Mauritius Football Association en vue d'augmenter le quota de joueurs étrangers par club de 3 à 5? Si oui, quelles sont les raisons qui ont été avancées par la MFA par rapport à cette demande?
Madam Speaker, I'm not aware of the request to increase the number of, footballers from the MFA, but it will be directed to the Ministry of Youth and Sport, and my ministry we will stand guided by whatever policy is taken at the level of the Ministry of Youth and Sport.
Yes. Oui, allez-y.
Le ministre peut-il informer la Chambre des mesures mises en place pour s'assurer que les règlements ne soient pas contournés, notamment dans les cas où un joueur professionnel est recruté alors qu'il est initialement entré à Maurice sous le statut de travailleur?
Yes, Madam Speaker, the honourable member should know that work permit is issued by my ministry, but residence permit is issued by the Prime Minister's office. So very often, when a foreign worker comes in Mauritius on a visa, on a tourist visa,
yes,
he is not allowed to then apply for a work permit. The Prime Minister's office will object to it. So in the case that the honourable member has mentioned, probably the Prime Minister's office will object to a work permit being issued to the foreign football player.
Okay, next question. The Honourable Second Member for Roderick.
Yes, thank you. B/1749.
Madam Speaker, the Roderick Commission for Health operates under the umbrella of Roderick Regional Assembly and is a primary governing body for health services in Roderick. The Commission for Health collaborates with my ministry but maintains its distinct operational structure within the Roderick Regional Assembly. My ministry provides support and collaborates with the Commission on specific health projects in Roderick. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that a delegation headed by the Commissioner for Health and others was in Mauritius in May 2025. Following discussions, it was proposed to assess the strengths and weaknesses of the health services in Roderick. Subsequently, a team comprising of the Director of Health Services, the biomedical engineer, and the senior healthcare technologists of my ministry proceeded to Roderick from 9th to 14th June 2025 to carry out an analysis of the major medical equipment in various departments, including the medical laboratory at Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Following the evaluation of the medical equipment, including respiratory devices and anesthesia workstations in Roderick, various shortcomings have been identified as follows. A. Healthcare technologists have not been recruited to cater for life support and critical equipment. This is a very serious shortcoming. B, preventive maintenance has not been carried out in a systematic manner. C, 6 ICU ventilators were lying idle at Mont-Lubin Isolation Center. And 4, D, unused equipment is stored in poor environmental conditions that may lead to unnecessary breakdown. The report also provides a number of recommendations with a view to implementing good practices in the utilization of these machines so as to minimize the risk of unnecessary breakdown and causing disruption of essential services. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that pursuant to an invitation by the Commission of Rodrigue for Health, a high-level dialysis capacity assessment mission was conducted by the National Dialysis Coordinator in Rodrigue from 19 to 23 June 2025 to evaluate the current status and future needs of renal care services. This mission provided a strategic platform to assess service delivery and identify areas for improvement at the Rodrigue Dialysis Unit at Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Care. Madam Speaker, my ministry acts promptly whenever a weakness in the health services is reported. Now, as regard carrying out a full medical health audit in Rodrigue is concerned, this will require time and expert resources. I therefore propose to approach the World Health Organization and request the services of an expert to carry out the full medical health audit in Rodrigue. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the above proposal, I wish to reassure the Honourable Member that my Ministry will continue to provide assistance to the Commission for Health for the referrals of patients from Rodrigue to Mauritius for comprehensive treatment and care, capacity building of medical and paramedical staff, sensitization of the population on various public health issues and non-communicable diseases, evaluation on the accessibility and quality of health services, state-of-the-art equipment, modern infrastructure, amongst others. Madam Speaker, in this context, a multidisciplinary team will be set up to collaborate with the Rodrigue Regional Assembly so as to achieving improved health equity, better service delivery, and enhanced patient outcomes aligned with the principles of universal health coverage. And I propose to lead the high-powered level delegation to Rodrigue in the coming months to look into these aspects.
Thank you, Minister. Yes. Don't comment.
No
Question.
comments.
Question.
I was going to comment.
No, then you sit down. I'm sorry. I'm saying it very nicely. Very nicely, I'm saying. Okay? We are not here to comment. The Honourable Second Member for Savannah Black River.
Madam Speaker, please. B 750, please.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the NLTA that 53 new road service licenses were allocated during the period 2014 to 2024. Same includes 4 road service licenses and 49 temporary road service licenses. The 3 road service licenses were allocated to UBS and 4 to RST, Rosehill Transport, in 2022. As such, no additional disbursement was made to these two bus companies in respect of the 7 road service licenses with regard to free travel compensation and other subsidies. Out of the remaining 46 licenses allocated to the individual bus operators, a total of 44 RSLs were effectively implemented, and subsequently these operators have benefited from free travel compensation and other subsidies, namely diesel subsidies and other financial support, which includes interim allowance. According to information obtained from the NLTA, Madam Speaker, a total sum of 72.5 million rupees was disbursed for all the 44 newly implemented RSLs. As regard to the last part of the question, I wish to inform the House that the NLTA has already been requested to carry out a holistic survey to determine, among others, as to whether there is still need to maintain the existing temporary road service licenses. Subsequently, a decision will be taken. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, please. As mentioned in the previous PQ, the Honourable Minister informed the House that an inquiry will be set up according to the 49 RSL issue. Whether the inquiry has been set up, if yes, where matters stand?
Right. There is now a new management at the NLTA, and they are looking at it afresh. At that time, there was a previous management which were implied in this sort of state of affairs. So in due time, we will come to the House with the conclusion of the findings.
Thank you. Honourable Third Member for Portrush North and North Island.
Thank you. B751, please. Madam Speaker, the Road Traffic Act was amended in 2019 by Act 24 of 2019 so as to facilitate payment of fixed penalties. Accordingly, a new section 192 subsection 3 of the Road Traffic Act makes provision for a person who has been served with a fixed penalty notice to electronically pay the fine from the date of the offence. However, I wish to inform the House that the amendments brought to the Road Traffic Act in 2019 have not yet been proclaimed and therefore are not in force. I am informed by the Master and Registrar of the Supreme Court that the system at the judiciary is ready to accept online payment for fixed penalty notices through the Supreme Court portal using e-payment facilities such as credit cards, debit cards, MoCAS QR code and account transfer. Once the 2019 amendments are proclaimed, online payment for fixed penalty notices will therefore be activated. Madam Speaker, I therefore propose to liaise with the Minister for Land Transport so that the necessary be made to proclaim the relevant provisions of the Road Traffic Amendment Act number 3 of 2019 and to consider any further amendments to the Road Traffic Act so as to extend online payments by a person who has been served with a photographic enforcement device notice, that is, speed cameras.
Yes? Okay, good. The Honourable First Member for La Caverne Phoenix.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B752.
Your previous question will be given by written reply.
Thank you.
Now you have a chance to have a go at it. Thank you. Okay, B752.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I shall reply to the question put by Honourable First Member for La Caverne and Phoenix. An island-wide survey was carried out in 2009, and around 237 sites were identified and listed as wetlands. Now, the list was reviewed in 2018 using remote sensing technology, where some 1,000 areas were listed as potentially being wetlands. Presently, consultancy is ongoing at the level of the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change, in collaboration with the National Park and Conservation Service to establish the listed sites. In addition, following the enactment of the Environment Act 2024, coastal freshwater marshlands and upland marshlands, which are wetlands, were identified as environmentally sensitive areas, which require an environmental impact assessment license prior to any development thereafter. Madam Speaker, the National Park and Conservation Service is responsible for the implementation of the Ramsar Convention, which includes the management, preservation, and protection of wetlands across Mauritius and preservation of the rich biodiversity located thereat. The National Park and Conservation Service has also been entrusted with the responsibility as the enforcement agency following the enactment of the Environment Act of 2024. Also, a National Ramsar Committee was set up in January 2004 at the level of the Ministry to assist in the implementation of the Ramsar Convention. The National Ramsar Committee is also responsible for monitoring and protection of wetlands through conditions attached to building and land use permits. wherever a wetland is present or is in the vicinity of any development. In fact, since 2006, no development on wetlands and the 30-meter buffer zone is allowed. Madam Speaker, concerning Part B of the enactment of the Environment Act 2024, I am informed that a total of 36 cases pertaining to encroachment, illegal construction, and backfilling done on wetlands have been reported to the Ministry of Agro-Industry, Fisheries, Food Security, and Blue Economy. And 54 such cases have been recorded at the level of the National Park and Conservation Service over the last 5 years. Furthermore, I'm informed that 3 stop orders have been issued by the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change for stopping such illegal activities and ordering the contraveners to restore the wetland area to its original site. Madam Speaker, wetlands with a rich biodiversity form part of a natural capital, and each reported case of encroachment, illegal construction, and backfilling is one too many. To further reinforce the protection of wetland, government agreed in May this year to the drafting of a wetland bill and wetlands regulation which would be dedicated for the protection, management, restoration, and enforcement measure for the preservation of all wetlands across the Republic of Mauritius. Through the enactment of this legislation, a new impetus will be given to the long-term sustainability of wetlands.
Thank you, Minister. Are you all right? Yes. The Honourable second member for Belle-Rose-Quatre-Bornes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B753. Merci.
Heureusement que le ministre sait courir.
Thank you. So, yeah, so it was an urgent matter regarding a cabinet paper. Thank you.
I'm sure it was urgent.
Madam Speaker, the Motor Vehicle Insurance Arbitration Committee, MVAC, has been established under the Road Traffic Act to determine disputes arising between 2 insurers or between a policyholder and an insurer regarding their respective liability on the amount of compensation to be paid following a road accident not involving bodily injuries. The MVAC usually sits in 4 divisions, where each division is presided by the chairperson or a vice chairperson. From 2019 to 2024, a total number of 4,776 cases were lodged at the MVAC, out of which 2,819 cases were determined. That is, a ruling was issued or the case was set aside. Furthermore, for 322 cases, the MVAC is still awaiting clarification for the cases to be determined. It is to be noted, Madam Speaker, that for the same period, 1,635 cases have remained unattended by the previous chairperson and the 3 vice chairpersons. However, I can reassure the House that the MVAC has been reconstituted since April this year, and the new team has been requested to mop up this huge backlog.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Would the Minister inform the House whether the situation involving over 1,000, no, you said exactly 1,635 cases has caused hardship to the victims concerned?
Certainly, because this is the last recourse that they can have, because the MVAC is like some sort of a tribunal. So if the cases are not determined, the cases still, people face hardship. To reply to your question, people face hardship, yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can we know who is the chairperson of the Motor Vehicle Insurance Arbitration Committee? Thank you.
You mean the previous, the person between that period in time? It was Mr. Duda, one Mr. Duda.
Duda?
Yeah. Didier Duda? Yeah. Mr. Duda.
With a D. With a D.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
I can look for his name in the file, but I do recall it's Mr. Duda.
Okay. The Honourable First Member for Savane Black River, Mr. Babaji.
B754.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm informed that as at March 2025, there were 52 cases of residential squatting on state land at Cotorafin and 4 cases at Caro-Calyptus, Cas-Noyal. In 2015, the then Ministry of Housing and Lands decided to regularize as far as possible all pre-July 2015 residential squatters. In regards to Cotorafin, the cases of 39 out of 41 pre-July 2015 were regularized in situ in 2017, whilst necessary documents are yet to be submitted by the 2 remaining families to enable regularization. My ministry has already made a request to the CEB and the CWA for proper provision of electricity and water supply for these 39 families. An amount of 47 million has been provided in the budget estimates of 2025-2026 of my ministry for the provision of electricity and water supply to 4 regions, including Cotorafin. I am, however, informed that the CEB and CWA are facing serious challenges to provide the utilities to the families concerned due to lack of proper access, road access. My ministry is coordinating with all relevant authorities with a view to facilitating both the CEB and the CWA. Madam Speaker, in regards to Caro-Calyptus, Cas-Noyal, I am also informed that following the regularization in situ of 39 cases of residential squatting in 2013, there remains 4 cases of residential squatting which needs to be addressed. 2 cases concern pre-2015 squatters that can only be regularized after existing encroachments issues are sorted out. Insofar as the post-2015 residential squatters, because it keeps coming pre and post, my ministry is working on recommendations that I propose to submit to government in due course. However, members will, however, appreciate that addressing the issue of squatters on state land is indeed a complex one, due to different types of constraints such as encroachment, sites being found on river reserves, wetland, nature parks, public beaches, topography of lands, flood-prone areas, amongst others. For example, in Cotorafin, I am informed that 8 out of the 52 post-July 2015 squatters are found on Comtesse de la Margue public beach, and most of the remaining 44 cases are found either within 30 meters of the high water mark or on marshy lands, rendering their regularization in situ impossible. And Madam Speaker, let me conclude by saying that is some of the consequence of a Member of Parliament, the then Member of Parliament and Minister of that constituency, going to promise land to everyone in order to have votes in return. And this is what you have as a result, telling people to go and take plots of land, go vote for me, and in return I'll get you the lease. But not knowing and not even observing where they are going to take the land. Some of them are ended up on the public beach, some ended up on marshland, and less than 30 meters from the high water mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes?
Will the Minister consider of improving the road access over there to make it public road, as some people over there are sick and ambulance can't get access to it?
As I said, we are working with all other relevant agencies, ministries, in order to find solutions. Now, obviously, with regards to road access, I will have to speak to the relevant authorities. That would be either the local authority or any other relevant department that will be able to find the solution and the budget in order to build the roads. So yes, it is an urgent matter, but the other matter is that there are other people who have registered with the NHDC and who are patiently waiting for houses, as opposed to squatters who come to land, do not register for NHDC houses, and expect to have electricity, water, land given by the state and paid by the state. I know there's an urgency in order to give them houses, but we have to be able to balance things as it should. Resources have to be used efficiently and reasonably, and not simply being obtained simply by the asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, now we have The Honourable third member for Port-Louis North and Mortailon, Mr. Kazel.
B755, please.
Madam Speaker, the Abercrombie Market Fair project stands as a textbook case of administrative failure and poor decision-making by the previous government. Despite being initiated in year 2019, the project faced repeated delays and technical disputes between the consultant and the contractor. Matters escalated when the contractor erected a structure without formal approval, and structural deficiency were later identified issues that could have been avoided with proper oversight. Instead of resolving the matter professionally, the former government hastily terminated the contract in May 2023. Based on legal advice from Counsel Rubina Jadu John Bokas and Senior Counsel Ravin Chetty, and with the endorsement of the then Prime Minister Dr. Hosnu, Minister of Energy Mr. Joe Lejangor, and Minister of National Infrastructure Mr. Riam, this termination was done without valid cause. Madam Speaker, as a direct consequence of that decision, the contractor initiated an arbitration proceeding. The award of the arbitration tribunal was delivered on 9 May 2025 and was in favor of the contractor. The tribunal ordered the Municipal City Council of Port-Louis to pay an amount of 25,386,061 rupees to the contractor. However, following the retention of an escrow amount and the deduction of tax deduction at source, the council had to disburse an amount of 21,257,112 rupees and 33 cents to the contractor. After nearly 6 years, Madam Speaker, only 21% of the works have been completed, and the people of Port-Louis are left to bear the cost of this grave misjudgment. Madam Speaker, in view of the complexity and gravity of the matter, I am tabling the following documents for the benefit of the Honourable Member: a copy of the arbitration award, the name of the arbitrator and parties involved, full timeline and status of the project, details of the procurement and contract termination, legal opinions received from Counsel Rubina Jadu John Bokas and Senior Counsel Kavin Chetty, records of the meeting chaired by the then Lord Mayor and attended by former ministers, financial clearance from the Ministry of Finance, and all supporting documents justifying the payment now being made. Madam Speaker, these documents clearly show how a poorly handled decision by the former administration, taken without proper justification, led to financial loss and stalled the development. Thank you.
Yes. All right. The Honourable second member for Belrose-Quatre-Bornes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B756. Merci.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit, TRMSU, that prior to the implementation of the Metro project, the public used to park their vehicles in the space fronting commercial complexes on both sides bordering Saint-Jean Road, between Saint-Jean Roundabout and Victoria Avenue. Same could accommodate approximately 190 vehicles with no dedicated parking zones. With the implementation of the Metro project, Metro Express project, in 2021, this lane configuration along Saint-Jean Road was significantly modified, resulting in substantial decrease in the number of parking to around 40, so from 190 to 40. I wish to point out that for proper management of the limited parking space, same had to be converted into paid parking. Furthermore, to address the lack of parking space along Saint-Jean Road, the TRMSU constructed 70 free public parking spaces on 5 plots of land along Saint-Jean Road, namely Tulip Road, Surat Avenue, Columbia Court, Lyell Avenue, and opposite the metro station. Madam Speaker, I am informed that the Municipal Council of Quatre-Bornes has acquired 2 plots of land near Surat Avenue and Tulip Road to provide for 35 and 105 parkings respectively, whereby works are nearing completion. Moreover, with the upcoming proposed Catterbourne Urban Terminal project, additional parking facilities will be provided. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight that given the whole stretch of the Saint-Jean Road from Victoria Avenue to its junction with Tulip Road is already built up on both sides, there is no further space to provide for additional parking facilities. Thank you.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Malgré les efforts du ministère, le problème de parking est persistant. Alors, can the Minister inform the House whether consideration will be given to implementing a smart parking as management system in this area? Thank you.
The Honourable Member is very technology savvy, and so am I. So I think we are in the same wavelength. I can discuss with my colleagues.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, now the Honourable Third Member for Rodrigue, Madame Manon. Non, vous aviez encore une question. Attendez, oui, yes, of course. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, one more question for you, Miss Antil.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B 757.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that an alleged case of impersonation regarding an application form for excise duty concession submitted through the National Women's Council, NWC, was indeed reported to my ministry. Madam Speaker, the application for excise duty concession was submitted to the Customs Department by the NWC in the name of Mrs. NDJN, currently employed as manager since 2nd February 2021. The Customs Department issued the excise duty concession certificate on 28 April 2025. As it was not clear whether the manager was eligible for the excise duty concession on a motor vehicle on ground of her years of service, on 21st June 2025, my ministry requested the Customs Department to cancel the excise duty concession certificate issued to Mrs. NDJN. The certificate was subsequently cancelled by the Customs Department on the same day. As per normal procedure, Part B of the application form for the excise duty concession should have been filled in and signed by the head of my ministry. However, this part of the form was signed by the HR officer, Senior Human Resource Officer of National Women's Council on 28 April 2025 without the approval of my ministry. Considering the issue to be a case of impersonation, the matter has been referred to the police on 30th May 2025, the Central Crime Investigation Department, the CCID, and the Financial Crimes Commission, FCC, on 18th June 2025. The case is still under investigation.
Yes.
Just one.
Of course.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Choquant. Will the Minister indicate whether Madame Jagnat Naik, the manager of the National Women's Council, has been informed of the alleged fraud involving her application form for an excise duty concession? Thank you.
Yes, Madam.
Yes. Now it's the time for Miss Manon. Second time that I'm missing you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B758.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that in accordance with the scheme of service for the post of midwife, same is filled either by appointment of student midwife who are fully registered as midwives with the Nursing Council in accordance with legislation in force in Mauritius, or B, by selection from among candidates who are fully registered as midwife with a nursing council in accordance with legislation in force in Mauritius. In Mauritius, presently there are 157 funded posts of midwife available in public health institutions. 136 posts of midwife have already been filled, while there are 21 vacant posts of midwife. In addition, 17 trainee midwives who have already passed the final examinations have been recommended for appointment as midwife to the Public Service Commission on 23rd January 2025. Meanwhile, 4 remaining trainee midwives have passed the final examinations in June 2025 and their appointments are being processed. Appointment to the grade of midwife is initiated as and when vacancies occur. In respect of Rodrigue, there are 26 funded posts of midwife, out of which 17 posts have already been filled. These posts are advised by Mauritius National Assembly and recruitment is carried out by them. Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, I am informed that since 2014 to date, a total of 137 candidates have been recruited as trainee midwives in the public health institutions in Mauritius as follows: 2015, 5, 16, 62, 17, 11, 2019, 28, 2028, 2021, 1, 2022, 22, total of 137. 103 have already been appointed as midwife. Out of the 34 remaining, 24 are being appointed as midwife, while 13 have left the grade of trainee midwife. As regards Rodrigue, I am informed that 8 candidates have been recruited as midwife over the last 10 years. Regarding part B of the question, I am informed that 42 of the midwives in Mauritius have been promoted to the grade of senior midwife on shift as follows: 2019-20, 2028, 2022-12, 2024-2, a total of 42. For Rodrigue, I am apprised that none has been promoted to the grade of senior midwife, and the scheme for the senior midwife on shift has not yet been prescribed. That this matter has to be dealt at the level of Rodrigue Regional Assembly. The House may wish to note that midwives are promoted to the post of senior midwife on the basis of experience and merit, who reckon at least 5 years service in a substantive capacity in the grade of midwife. Madam Speaker, I am proposing to review the structure of the grade of midwifery to upgrade skills and competencies for improved service delivery.
Thank you, Minister. Yes. Okay, next question. Yes, Madam Manon, you're happy with that? Yes. The Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port, Mr. Seaburn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is question B/759, please.
Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, and according to records available at the Ministry, I wish to inform the House that for the period 2014-2024, the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Service gave its no objection to Marsico's landfill project subject to a number of conditions. I have been informed that all these conditions have been addressed except for the installation of a permanent pressurized pipeline. Madam Speaker, I am informed that provision was made for a pressurized firefighting pipeline in the new contract for the vertical expansion of a landfill awarded in June 2024 to the joint venture Sotravic Strata. The design for the pipeline, including intake works at a suitable location along the nearby Lachaux River, has been prepared by the landfill consultant Cowie Lux Consult and already approved by the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Services. The construction of the pipeline is scheduled to start by the end of November 2025. Madam Speaker, with regard to part B of the question, a total amount of 2.977 billion rupees was disbursed for the various running contracts for the period 2014 to June 2024 to the joint venture Sotravic Enotech. Madam Speaker, concerning part B1 of the question, I wish to inform the House for the period January 2014 to June 2024, no amount has been disbursed to the contractor for firefighting. However, further to a major fire outbreak of November 2024, the contractor joint venture Sotravic Strata has submitted a contractual claim amounting to 33.31 million rupees, out of which an amount of 23 18 million has been rejected, and the remaining still being assessed by the consultant. I have also been informed by the Mauritius Fire Rescue Service that the Mauritius Fire Rescue Service has submitted a claim to some 4.7 million rupees as expenditure incurred during the firefighting at the landfill in November 2024. Madam Speaker, regarding part B2 of the question, I wish to inform the House that the landfill has an existing contingency plan aiming to mitigate and to combat fire outbreak at the landfill. And by this plan, the contractor is required to undertake, amongst others, the following: deploy a standby team with a water tanker on a 24-hour basis to extinguish any fire outbreak, call the Mauritius Rescue Fire Service to combat fire if required. 3, carry compaction of waste and cover with soil to prevent ingress of oxygen in affected areas. And 4, arrange to deploy other resources like excavators and water tankers should the need arise.
Thank you, Minister. Yes. No. Okay. The Honourable Second Member for Savane Black River, Mr. Jagana.
Madam Speaker, please, B760.
Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that in line with the Coastal Rehabilitation Programme, the services of a consultancy firm, namely Gus Consult, were enlisted by my ministry on 22nd May 2022 for a duration of 60 months to the tune of 94.6 million rupees for the design and supervision of coastal protection measures at 16 priority sites. The 16 priority sites include, amongst others, the Cascavette platform at Rivière des Galets. Based on the degree of erosion and the site specificity, the consultant has recommended the coastal protection and rehabilitation works whereat to the tune of 20.1 million rupees, including of VAT. And also the following were: rock river met of an approximate length of 110 meters along the river bank, reinstatement of existing concrete steps to allow safe access to the river, construction of wing walls for clearly demarcating the river met and the steps, a grading of existing areas, access to the site, and also provision of lighting facilities along the path and within the Cavity platform area. Madam Speaker, the project requires an EIA impact assessment, an environmental impact assessment license, and consultations are currently ongoing with stakeholders for the finalization of the EIA. Upon completion of the EIA process, the consultant will be requested to prepare written documents, and a request for funds will accordingly be made to the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you. The Honourable Second Member for Quartier Militaire and Local, Dr. Tanya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B761, please.
Madam Speaker, the well-being of all our students remains a top priority for my ministry. In a world increasingly marked by emotional and psychological challenges, we have an increasing number of students who require support from psychologists. The National Education Counselling Service, operating under the purview of my ministry, continues to provide psychological and social support to those students who require such services. In regard to the primary and secondary state schools, I am informed that there are currently 39 educational psychologists providing services to students across the Republic of Mauritius. Psychological support is extended to students with the formal consent of parents or guardians to ensure that the latter are kept informed and are involved at every stage of the support process. With regard to paragraphs 8, first and second part of the question, I am informed that each student requiring psychological support is entitled to as many sessions as deemed necessary, depending on the severity of the case and the outcome of the professional assessment conducted. And during the period January to June 2025, a total of 1,616 students were referred for the first time for psychological support services, and a total of 9,207 counseling sessions were carried out. With regard to part B of the question, I'm informed that an additional 42 educational psychologists would be required to ensure the timely and adequate provision of psychological support to all students in need. However, due to budgetary constraints, provision for their recruitment could not be considered during this present budget. In the meantime, to address the existing shortage, 22 educational social workers are providing essential support services through home visits, case interventions, parental guidance, and community outreach. Between January and June 2025, these officers have attended to 1,069 new cases and conducted 2,094 home visits. They also conduct sensitization sessions for students and parents on issues such as child protection, emotional well-being, discipline, and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes? Good. The Honourable Second Member for Granby-Poudre-d'Or, Mr. Bija.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B762.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the NLTA that the daily operations of buses plying routes 21, 227, and 82, which operate from Belmont to Port Louis, are monitored by STEN regulators posted at Belmont Traffic Centre, Trois Bras Checkpoint, and Port Louis, the new transportation centre. I am made to understand that the main problems along these routes relate to the aging fleet, entailing frequent breakdowns and missed trips. According to figures provided by the NLTA, at least 10 buses are reported non-operational each day due to mechanical failures, especially among vehicles over 17 years old, and a persistent shortage of crew, including drivers and conductors. I wish to inform the House that the bus modernization scheme was revamped to cater for the purchase of high-flow buses, and bus operators are accordingly making necessary arrangements for the renewal of their fleet. That means they've made application for support from government. As regards shortage of crew, my ministry is working closely with the Ministry of Labour and Industrial Relations to facilitate the recruitment of foreign labour. Madam Speaker, despite the constraints of acute shortage of staff, including at the level of the NLTA Inspectorate, the latter has continued to undertake monitoring and enforcement. With regards to Part B of the question, I'm apprised that 23 surprise checks have been conducted along routes 21, 227, and 82, whereby 29 contraventions have been established. I am tabling the dates on which surprise checks have been conducted. It is to be pointed out that these checks have been further reinforced since mid-June this year with the enlistment of 13 management support officers who are providing assistance to the NLTA Inspectorate pending the recruitment of road transport inspectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Mr. François.
Yes, B673. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Mauritius Institute of Education, MIE, that the Bachelor of Education in Technical and Vocational Education and Training, B.Ed Honours Programme, was developed at the request of the Mauritius Institute of Training and Development, MITD, to strengthen the pedagogical competencies of its instructors, including those based in Rodrigues. The program has been accredited by the Higher Education Commission, HEC, on 29th May 2025, and has been advertised on 14th July 2025 in Mauritius and for Rodrigues. The MITD had already informed the concerned instructors about the course on 2nd December 2024. I'm also informed that the modalities for the implementation of the program are being worked out, and it would be designed in such a way so as to ensure the optimum use of resources and facilitate the efficient and effective delivery of training courses to all interested candidates possessing the required qualifications, including those from Rodrigues. The course will be run in a hybrid mode in Rodrigues with a combination of online and face-to-face sessions facilitated by resource persons from the MIE. Madam Speaker, as for the diploma in a special education needs, I'm informed by the MIE that the intake for the July-August 2025 has not been advertised in Rodrigues, as the first cohort from Rodrigues is currently following the certificate course, which will only be completed in December of this year. Upon completion of the certificate course, the diploma course will be advertised thereat, and those who have been awarded the certificate will be eligible to apply. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Then the Honourable Second Member for Vieux-Grand-Port and Rosemary. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's question B/764, please.
Madam Speaker, at the outset, I wish to inform the Honourable Member and the House that this reply will be relatively lengthy, as it pertains to 4 different football grounds under the jurisdiction of the District Council of Grand Port. The Honourable Member has requested detailed information regarding the history, current status, delays, and future plan for lighting installation at the Rivière des Créoles, Bois des Amourettes, Grand Sable, et Bambou Vieilleux football grounds. Madam Speaker, I am informed that since 2017, funds were allocated annually for the implementation of various capital projects by the District Council of Grand Port, including the upgrading of infrastructure and installation of lighting facilities. However, it is regrettable that the Council, under the previous administration, did not consider the installation of lighting facilities at the Rivière des Créoles football ground as a priority, despite the fact that this ground has existed for over 50 years and covers an area of approximately 5,500 meters square. I am further informed that lighting facilities have never been provided at the Rivière des Créoles, Grand Sable, and Bois des Amourettes football grounds. It is only recently, under the current government, that the District Council has submitted proposals for lighting works in the budget for the financial year 2025-2026. As regards the Rivière des Créoles football ground, I am informed that while bleachers and shelter were constructed in the year 2014 at a cost of 377,400 rupees, and upgrading and fencing work were undertaken in the same year at 89,239 rupees, no lighting facilities were ever installed. The current proposal estimates the cost for lighting installation is at 4 million rupees. Regarding Bois des Amourettes football ground, the site has been in existence for more than 40 years. Turfing and fencing works were initiated by the National Development Unit, that is the NDU, in 2022, but remain incomplete. The football ground has not yet been handed over to the Council. The proposed lighting project, also estimated at 4 million rupees, has been listed under the proposed amenities project for financial year 2025-2026, subject to availability of funds. Similarly to Grand Sable football ground, in existence of over 30 years and covering an area of 6,000 meters square, remains without lighting to date. In 2015, the Ministry of Local Government allocated 138,000 rupees for the removal of damaged fencing, but no follow-up project was implemented. Also, the NDU had proposed boundary wall upgrading since 2014. Actual inclusion in the program occurred only in the year 2016-2017. Again, the lighting project proposed in the year 2025-2026 budget is estimated at 4 million rupees. Madam Speaker, with respect to the Bambou Vieilleux football ground, which has been in existence for over 40 years, I am informed that the lanterns were previously installed by routing electrical cables through PVC pipes and affixing them directly on the fencing poles. However, all lighting facilities collapsed during the passage of Cyclone Batsirai in 2022, and to date, no remedial action has been undertaken by the District Council of Grand Port. The size of the plot is approximately 8,900 meters square, and the cost for new lighting works has similarly been proposed at 4 million rupees in the year 2025-2026 budget. I wish to inform the House that my ministry will formally write to the National Development Unit to request that the implementation of lighting facilities at Rivière des Créoles and Bois des Amourettes be treated as a matter of priority under the proposed amenities projects, subject to budget availability. Additionally, the implementation of lighting works at Bambou Vieilleux and Grand Sable will be considered under a suitable vote item by my ministry in the forthcoming budget planning. Madam Speaker, at a meeting held on 16 July 2025, I directed all chief executive and local authorities to ensure that all public infrastructure and assets are regularly inspected and properly maintained. It is a statutory duty to carry out regular inspection and take appropriate action where deficiencies are found. Thank you.
Minister. Everybody's happy. Good. I've got less than 10 minutes left. So now I'm calling the Honourable First Member for Piton and Rivière-du-Rempart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 765, please.
Madam Speaker, as from this year, there will be no modular assessments for pupils of grade 5. In line with the annual program for the PESAC assessment 2025, students who are in grade 5 and have completed 5 years of schooling, inclusive of grades 1 to 5, and who are attending government, aided or registered primary schools may exceptionally sit for the PESAC assessment in 2025, subject to requests made by their parents. However, those students who are currently in grade 5 and have benefited from an accelerated promotion from grade 1 to grade 2 in academic year 2021-2022 due to the COVID-19 will not be eligible to take part in the PESAC assessment this year, as they would not have completed the 5 years of schooling. They will sit for PESAC assessment in academic year 2026. Madam Speaker, with regard to the last part of the question related to an elite system, I wish to inform the House that all leading nations have their own models of selection of their very best students from within their schooling system. I wish to inform the House that we should not vilify elitism as long as it is not at the expense of the well-being of our students. We need to nurture excellence, support high flyers, give them proper academic support, but at the same time, we should never forsake or neglect the well-being of those students who have learning difficulties or learning disabilities. I assure the House that this government will be fair and equitable to all our students. Thank you.
Thank you. We can't have another question. Time is up. Okay. Motion. Okay. Okay. There are 2 questions that have been withdrawn. B766, B767, and B728. 28. 1 moment. Can't be 28. I don't have 728. I don't know. All right. Yes.
That all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Motion seconded. Yes, Mr. Bagwan. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statements by ministers none for the bill first reading.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Bill number 17 of 2025 be read a first time.
Motion needs to be seconded, yes? You second the motion.
Second reading.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Bill number 17 of 2025 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, this bill may appear at first glance to be rather technical in nature, but it speaks in fact to something fundamental: the right to a fair trial, and more specifically, the right to a meaningful appeal. It reflects this government's commitment to ensure that our judicial system is further protected and improved. It is our goal to ensure that the delivery of justice in our courts becomes more coherent, accessible, and fair. Madam Speaker, let me begin by outlining the broad aims of this bill. At present, process governing appeals in criminal matters is fragmented and inconsistent. Procedures are scattered across the Criminal Appeal Act and its rules, the Courts Act, and the District and Intermediate Courts Criminal Jurisdiction Act. This has led to confusion for litigants, unnecessary procedural points being raised and argued, leading to delays in the administration of justice. This government's promise to make justice more accessible includes making it easier for laypersons to understand the law. True it is, we abide by the maxim that nul n'est censé ignorer la loi. This makes sense. We abide by the maxim, but you cannot have someone exonerated from legal obligation simply because it is argued that he or she did not know what the law said. It is a basic principle of the rule of law. But we cannot be blind to the fact that in this day and age, the combined volume of all applicable acts of parliament in a country like Mauritius is simply enormous. Even the most seasoned law practitioner cannot claim to know all of our laws. So the question arises, how can we be fair to our citizens? The least we can do, Madam Speaker, is to make it easier for people to get access to the law, that is, dans le concret and physically. This is why my office is launching in the coming weeks a website where all the updated statutes in force in Mauritius will be freely available without complex signing procedures and without uncertainties about past versions and amendments. The regulations will be uploaded shortly after, given the sheer number of regulations which we must admit evolve continuously. The next step, and which I readily admit is less straightforward, is to make our laws easier to understand. There are times when this will not be possible because of situations where legal drafting simply needs the technical language that allows precision and finality. But there are, on the other hand, many instances where we can be clearer, where procedures are complex, simply because of historical weight, rooted in reasons which are no longer relevant. In such situations, we must endeavor to make things simpler and more straightforward. The bill before the House today, Madam Speaker, aims to start this process for criminal law. It does so by consolidating all criminal appeal and review procedures under a single legislative framework. It simplifies the steps required to lodge and prosecute appeals, and it ensures uniformity of treatment, whether the appeal arises from the Supreme Court sitting in original jurisdiction or from subordinate courts. We are also introducing changes that will substantially improve the fairness of treatment of accused persons. For example, henceforth, there cannot be more than 28 days between the moment a person is found guilty of an offense and the delivery of his sentence by the court. We do not often realize, Madam Speaker, that there are today dozens of individuals who wait for months and, may I even dare to say, years in prison before learning about their sentence, with the risk that they could end up spending more time inside than what justice has decided or will decide for them. This is an intolerable situation which must be done away with forthwith. So, Madam Speaker, this bill may look to be simply a technical reform, but its effect will be felt. The more so when combined with all the other aspects of judicial reform which we intend to tackle, which is what we have promised in the government program 2529, that is to reinforce public trust in the justice system. Madam Speaker, allow me now to guide the House through the main elements of the bill. Part 1 deals with preliminary matters. Clause 3 imposes an important new obligation. All courts must now notify a convicted person of their right to appeal immediately after delivering judgment. It seems obvious, but this step is not currently mandatory, and its absence has at times led to injustice. Often, when someone is not represented at first instance by a lawyer, by the time that he processes the fact that he has been found guilty. He starts telling people around him about his conviction and why he disagrees with it. That he eventually learns that he can appeal and how he is to do that. That he travels to Port Louis to try and meet counsel, where he will be told that he has got to get a copy of the judgment from the court in order for counsel to be able to advise him, and then for counsel to draw up the grounds of appeal, not after having had to pay a fee to the registry of the court to obtain such a judgment, and that finally he needs to see an attorney to actually lodge the notice of appeal. The 21-day limit for appeals has, more often than not, already passed. We simply must make this process easier, and we start here by making sure he knows from day one that he can appeal. Part 2 of this bill covers appeals and reviews before the Court of Criminal Appeal. Clauses 4 and 5 establish its composition and jurisdiction. Here I should point out that the creation of a separate Court of Appeal in terms of composition and location is a reform that we are still working on, as set out in the government programme. I stress that this new bill will work seamlessly, whether in the new system to be proposed or in the current situation where the Court of Criminal Appeal is composed of judges of our Supreme Court, where it also sits. Another important note here is that Clause 5(2) maintains that even acquittals following a jury verdict may be appealed by the DPP, but only in limited circumstances, where, for example, the verdict is unreasonable or a serious irregularity has tainted the trial. Clause 6 harmonizes and clarifies the procedure to appeal. The rule is now simple. Whether the appellant challenges conviction, sentence, or both, the deadline is 21 days from sentence. This replaces the outdated two-stage system before the assizes, where an accused party had to appeal against his conviction within 10 days of conviction and then await his sentence to challenge it, a source of confusion for lawyers and absurdity for all. This anachronism has to go too. Clause 9 introduces a clearer, better defined route for criminal reviews. The DPP may apply to the Court of Criminal Appeal for a review of an acquittal or dismissal where fresh and compelling evidence has come to light. A convicted person may similarly request a review, but here it is via the Human Rights Division of the National Human Rights Commission on the same grounds, that is, fresh and compelling evidence. This is a safeguard, not a second bite at the cherry. It is not a political tool, nor an appeal in disguise, but where evidence surfaces that is both new and probative, justice demands a mechanism for correction. Clause 9 provides for it. The role given now exclusively to the Human Rights Division reflects the fact that one cannot expect a convicted person in prison to go and obtain statement from witnesses or other forms of fresh evidence all by himself. He will therefore have the help of the National Human Rights Commission through its Human Rights Division. Part 3 mirrors the process of the Court of Criminal Appeal for appeals from subordinate courts to the Supreme Court in its appellate jurisdiction. Clauses 10 to 14 provide for composition, powers, procedures, and rules for such appeals. The goal, again, is uniformity. An important addition is the provision for a third judge to be appointed should the two judges, having heard the appeal, have opposing views on the outcome. This will ensure the avoidance of deadlocks, which too often these days just result in the decision being delayed until one side wears out. Part 4 addresses interim matters pending appeal: stay of proceedings, restitution of property, bail, custody of exhibits. Of note, however, is Clause 19, which rationalizes timelines for skeleton arguments: 30 days before hearing for appellants, 15 days for respondents, as opposed to 45 and 30 days respectively now as the law stands. The new time frame is more realistic than the current regime, which is in fact rarely complied with, and it will improve preparedness and judicial efficiency. Part 5 lays out the determination of appeals and reviews. Clauses 20 to 33 set out the powers of the appellate court, including the power to substitute verdicts, order retrials, amend sentences, or correct serious irregularities. Clause 34 deals with outcomes of criminal reviews. The Court of Criminal Appeal may quash an acquittal or conviction and order retrial if it is satisfied that justice so requires and that a fair retrial is still possible. Clause 35 mandates credit for time spent in custody pending appeal or review, subject to specific rules. This codifies a principle already recognized in practice and jurisprudence. Part 6 includes miscellaneous provisions. Clause 36 allows for extensions of time on application made. Clause 37 enables the Chief Justice to grant legal aid even when no formal application is made, a small but important protection for unrepresented litigants. Clause 38 affirms the role of the DPP in representing the state in appeals and reviews. Clause 39, Madam Speaker, regulates ancillary matters like costs. Clause 40 empowers the Chief Justice to make rules for implementation. Clause 41 repeals the Criminal Appeal Act and the Criminal Appeal Rules of 1954. And Clause 42 introduces necessary amendments to 5 statutes, including the Children's Courts Act, the Courts Act, and the Protection of Human Rights Act. Madam Speaker, what this bill offers is not innovation for innovation's sake. It is a codification of best practice along with rationalization. And here I should stress that it is the fruit of careful consultation with the judiciary. This is the kind of legislative work that can make our system function more smoothly, more fairly, and with greater certainty. More such work will follow from my office, driven by the impetus of this government. Madam Speaker, before concluding, may I take this opportunity to say this. We have not included in this bill mandatory time limits for judgments to be handed down by the courts, but we are strongly considering this reform as well in the not-too-distant future in a separate and comprehensive piece of legislation. We have already started consultations on this issue, and we will discuss more, particularly with the judiciary. We will respect the views of all stakeholders and the constraints faced by them. But the time to make it happen will come, and we will not waver. Justice, Madam Speaker, cannot be achieved if the path to appeal is so entangled in procedural thicket that only the most sophisticated or well-represented litigants can find their way through. This bill is part of our duty as legislators to prune those thorns and light that path. This bill may not enthuse or incite great debate, but it is an important one nonetheless. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. Seconded. Seconded. Yes. Yes, Mr. Duval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would have liked to rise from the opposition benches. I would have liked to rise from the opposition benches to fulfill our constitutional duty of rigorous oversight, but that is simply impossible given the indecent rush in which this bill has been thrust upon the House. The government has invoked Standing Order 65, urgent bills procedure, granting barely 3 days' notice and scheduling first, second, and third readings for today, even though, as you know, Standing Order 52-2, a long-standing norm, not the exception, requires 15 days' notice at least being given to members of Parliament and, of course, to civil society at large. And the statistics are stark, Madam Speaker. Out of the 19 bills introduced in this session, 17 bear a Prime Ministerial Certificate of Urgency. 8 of those, including this bill, have arrived with only 3 days' notice. Such a haste, Madam Speaker, denies the members of Parliament the time required to properly scrutinize legislation that will overhaul our entire criminal appellate framework. Worse, in fact, is the fact that there is only two of us here sitting on the opposition, and we are now to shoulder that burden. In fact, you will note, two members of the opposition, the fewest since our independence in power. What is more, Madam Speaker, is that many on government side once condemned precisely this practice. The Deputy Prime Minister, without portfolio, the Honourable Béranger, when he sat in...
Will you sit down?
Is he raising a point of order? He's not speaking on the bill at all. You've given him that privilege of speaking number two in the place of the leader of the opposition, who is not even present. And you give him ground to say anything like that out of order.
All right. Please talk on the bill. We've got your first objection. Please speak on the bill.
Can I now not, Madam Speaker, bring in some ground, lay some ground foundation to the speech? I was saying the manner, this bill, you like it or not, has been brought to the House under Section Standing Order 65. I am talking about the manner in which this bill is being brought. And this was once said. First,
on a point of order.
Yes, yes.
If the honourable member wants to take a point of order, he is to... Don't interrupt me.
Doesn't even know what it is.
Don't interrupt me. Learn from what I'll say. Now, what I'm trying to say here is, if he wants to come up with a point of order, he is free to do so.
And I'll give a ruling.
And obviously. But then again, if he's trying to use the back door, since he's used to using back doors, and he takes pleasure from using back doors, if he wants to do so by going to come and talk about a point of order instead of going from a main subject of the debate, that is against standing orders. It's very simple. He is not being relevant. Now, the manner in which the bill is come can be the subject matter of a point of order. The leader of the opposition could have seen you this morning. He could have delegated someone to see you. They did not bother to do so. Now, if they haven't bothered to do so, and they are bright after the fact, we are not going to be listening here, wasting our time, and not even him talking about the debate.
Madam Speaker.
For God's sake.
You have to speak about the bill.
Madam Speaker.
Don't forget that I have been 15 years in this assembly. I am used to what you're saying. But you have to speak about the bill. You have to speak about the bill.
This very document has been laid on the table of the Assembly. What does it say? Certificate of urgency in respect of the Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Bill. This bill. So, Madam Speaker, since when can I not talk about the manner in which a bill is brought to the House? It is entirely relevant. Entirely relevant. And it was being said, it is not a point of order what you have taken. Under which standing order? Not at all. Do not try to intimidate me. I will do my speech. Madam Speaker. It will.
You have to speak about the bill, otherwise I will suspend the sitting.
It was once said in the House that first, second and third readings being brought is not acceptable.
Stop reading.
And that is not how good parliamentary work.
Standing orders allow certificates of urgency.
I am talking precisely about that. I am not raising a point of order. I am merely explaining how this bill is being brought into the House. It is about the bill. Madam Speaker,
now come on the,
it sounds
on the bill
fishy,
itself.
to say
now
the least.
You come on the bill itself.
In fact, this government, I've said what I had to say. I will say more outside if I'm being precluded from saying it inside.
Go outside.
Now, expert voices, Madam Speaker, have likewise been excluded. The Law Reform Commission, the Mauritius Bar Council, the Mauritius Law Society have not been consulted, nor have been had the courtesy of being sent a copy of this legislation. of this bill. And that is very important. And therefore, there has been no meaningful opportunity for them to offer their expertise and to pronounce on the bill. By compressing the debate, like I said, it's not the first time. The exception has become the rule. But by compressing this debate into a 3-day sprint, the government has deprived Parliament of the independent insight needed to grasp serious constitutional and procedural changes which are at stake. I will call it legislative ambush. The bill, Madam Speaker.
Now, come to the bill.
Yes, it is all about the bill. It is all about the bill. Whether I bring it without consultation, the manner of bringing the bill is all about the bill. I'm not talking about making political arguments here. Talking about the respect that we've shown to this House. One of the cornerstones, and I will say, Madam Speaker, and that proves the point I have to say about the bill. In fact, I don't have that much to say about the bill, because we have been given so little time.
You have nothing to say.
3 days. One of the cornerstones of our legal system, and especially,
please sit.
I'm talking about the various provisions.
I won't. No, you're not. You're not. We will have to make a decision here. You have a bill. As I say, I've been here 15 years. We've had several bills like this, which come on one day, next day. If you cannot talk about the bill, you've made your point about why you cannot, then we will stop here. Somebody else will speak. I've read the bill. I've also got it last minute. I'm also a lawyer like you. Now, either you can speak about the substance of the bill, or you feel that you haven't been given time and then you give up. You've made your point already.
That would have been, I think, what many here would have wanted. But I will speak about the bill. One of the cornerstones of our legal system, especially of criminal legislation, is the principle, Madam Speaker, of legal certainty. That is, that the need for the legislature to be abundantly clear in the drafting of the law to avoid any ambiguity or confusion in the interpretation of law by the court. This bill, in my opinion, will affect one of the most fundamental rights of the citizen, the right of appeal, in its lack of clarity in certain aspects. And I will explain. And I find this even more worrying, that important rights and principles which are beneficial to accused parties under the current legislation are being done away with. Let me come to the specific provisions. Under Section 11(2)(a), the right of appeal shall now lie where one is sentenced to undergo penal servitude or imprisonment with or without a fine, or to pay a fine of 1,000 rupees or more. Therefore, as it is presently, when the fine is less than 1,000, you do not have the right of appeal. But penal servitude, imprisonments, and fines are not the only existing sentences which the court can impose. What about suspended sentences and community service orders? Under the Community Service Order Act, what about conditional and absolute discharge under the Criminal Procedure Act? And this, I believe, is for the legislator to clarify. Are these now also going to fall under Section 11(2)(a)? It is for, I hope, the Attorney General to explain. It appears, therefore, Madam Speaker, that those people shall therefore be deprived of the right to appeal. In any case, the object of the bill was to clarify, and it has not done so. Under Section 22, a citizen shall henceforth be deprived of his right of appeal against a judgment where there is a variance between the information and the evidence, unless he has raised the point before the trial court. But the reality, Madam Speaker, is that in many cases, accused parties are simply not represented by counsel at trial stage, whether it is for lack of financial resources or for other reasons. But this is the reality. And of course, those persons cannot be expected to take objections in law in the course of their trial. So this section will essentially deprive those persons of the protection against improprieties in their trial, and yet this protection under the current law exists. I'd like to quote the case of Liu versus the State, 2021 Supreme Court case. The accused was unrepresented at trial and found guilty. The appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court quashed the conviction precisely on the ground that there was variance between the information and the evidence, which point, you will no doubt understand, was raised only at appeal stage. I hope that the Attorney General can clarify whether now it will be the case for those persons who were in absconsely and could not, therefore, raise that point in law. Section 9 and Section 34, Madam Speaker, puts une épée d'Amoclès on citizens by giving the right to the Director of Public Prosecution to apply for review of sound appeal judgment and to have a retrial of a case which was properly tried where there is evidence according that comes to light. This is contrary to the very well settled principle of autrefois acquis and certainty, which guarantee that once a person has been acquitted, he should be protected from subsequent prosecution for the same facts. Moreover, Madam Speaker, it appears that there is no time limit under the Act for the DPP to apply for the said review. This will result in acquitted individuals to suffer the lifelong stress and anxiety of having their case reopened because of the lack, precisely, of certainty. There are positive, of course, provisions in this bill. The fact that the court must inform every convicted person of their right to appeal. The fact that now there is a clear set of days between the time the conviction is handed and the sentence must be handed of 28 days. And there is also the automatic, that time spent in custody shall automatically be credited against the final sentence. Madam Speaker, to conclude, I will conclude with these remarks. No meaningful debate, in my opinion, can take place when we sideline the very stakeholders whose expertise is indispensable. The Law Reform Commission, the Mauritius Bar Council, the Mauritius Law Society are but a few of those who would have had they been given proper notice, something to say about this bill. I'll quote the Deputy Prime Minister again, who said at the time, allons tirer une leçon de tout cela, saying about the first, second and third reading being brought on the same day. À l'avenir, pour les autres projets de loi, selon lesquels il faudrait, dès qu'ils sont prêts, les circuler pour qu'on puisse avoir amplement le temps de les considérer à tête reposée. Well, perhaps, Madam Speaker, it is indeed time for some of us to go and se reposer à la maison.
That was very, very bad. Very, very nasty. Very nasty. Shall we break so that we can all get or you want one more speech? One more speech? Okay, one more speech then, because I wanted to break at 5. All right, let's have Mr. Seaburn. Mr. Seaburn, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the proposed Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Bill, which is a reaffirmation of our rule of law. The bill comes with a view to bring clarity and certainty in this area of the law so as to simplify the procedures in a deliberate and thoughtful consolidated legislation for appeal and review cases across all levels of our judiciary. Madam the Speaker, unfortunately, the Honourable Member of the Opposition stated that this bill has been brought in only a few days. This is not correct. as there was already an indication in the announcement of our government program 2025-2029 that these legislations are in the pipeline. Madam the Speaker, under the current system, the criminal appeals and criminal review cases are governed by a scattered set of statutes, case law, and procedural rules. The courts are operating under different routes of appeal, under different legislations, which has left the people, especially the vulnerable ones, who wishes to challenge a conviction or sentence, often confused. This lack of uniformity risks undermining the very principles upon which our justice system is built, including fairness, accessibility, and equal treatment under the law. This bill is a transformative step forward of how justice is administered in our country. Madam the Speaker, as the Honourable Attorney General, at the very outset of his speech for this bill, said that this will promote fair trial. This bill unifies the appeal rights of all appeal cases in criminal matters that are made from the final decision of the Supreme Court and from the final decision of the District Court, the Intermediate Court, and the Children's Court in a single and coherent legislation. In doing so, the bill will strengthen legal certainty and will protect the rights of all parties involved in criminal proceedings. Madam the Speaker, the bill clearly imposes an obligation on any court. Madam the Speaker, the bill clearly imposes an obligation on any court.
Allow the member to speak. Yes, allow the member to speak. Carry on.
Madam the Speaker, the bill clearly imposes an obligation on any court to immediately notify the convicted person of his right to appeal or the procedure to make an application to review the proceedings of the Supreme Court before the Court of Criminal Appeal. Part 1 of the bill deals with the preliminary matters, including the short title, the interpretation, and the notification of the right to appeal. Part 2 of the bill outlines the composition, the jurisdiction, and the powers of the Court of Criminal Appeal, and further outlines the procedures, the proceedings, and the notice required to resist the appeal before the Criminal Court of Appeal. Section 10 of the bill provides that an appeal before the appellate criminal jurisdiction of the Supreme Court shall be heard by at least 2 judges, and further provides that the Chief Justice may, upon receipt of an application, direct more than 2 judges to hear the appeal, having regard to the magnitude of the case and the importance of the question of law and the importance of the question of facts involved. Section 11 of the bill provides that the Supreme Court shall have unlimited jurisdiction and powers to hear and determine appeal by a person against his conviction or sentence, or hear the appeal by the DPP against any dismissal of a charge or conviction or sentence imposed on a person from the final decision of the subordinate court. Madam the Speaker, Section 12 and Section 14 of the bill deals with the procedure to appeal and the appeal proceedings before the Supreme Court. Section 13 provides that a party upon whom a notice of appeal is served, that party may resist the appeal before the Supreme Court by filing a notice of his intention to resist the appeal within a maximum period of 28 days. Part 4 of the bill deals with the matters pending before the Court of Criminal Appeal as provided under Section 15 and Section 16 with the stay of proceedings and the restitution of property pending trial. Section 17 provides that where a person who has been convicted and sentenced gives notice of appeal to the court before which he is convicted and has been refused bail pending appeal, may apply to the appellate jurisdiction of the court to be admitted to bail pending the determination of his appeal. Section 18 and Section 19 of the bill deals with the custody of exhibits and documents and the filing of skeleton arguments and submissions pending the criminal appeal. Madam the Speaker, Section 20 to Section 33 under Part 5 of the bill deals with the determination of the general powers of the appellate court, including issues relating to miscarriage of justice, defect in information, warrant and summons, omission and mistake, and further issues regarding evidence, irregularity and lack of records, improper convictions, and acquittal on account of insanity, and also deals with the bar to subsequent prosecution and dismissal of a charge and other powers of the Supreme Court. Section 34 of the bill provides a specific general powers to the Court of Criminal Appeal on review to call fresh and compelling evidence that is likely to quash the acquittal or conviction by or order that person to be retried for the offense with which he was originally charged. The Honourable Attorney General rightly said earlier that this is not a political tool, but rather a safeguard. Madam the Speaker, Section 36 of the bill provides that where a convicted person has not been notified of his right to appeal, may have good cause to apply for an extension of time to the Court of Criminal Appeal. Section 37 of the bill emphasizes on access to justice and empowers the master and registrar to report to the Chief Justice where legal aid should be granted for the purpose of an appeal or review, although no applications were made. Section 38 of the bill provides that the DPP shall appear for the state on every appeal to the appellate court unless it is a private prosecution, and appear before the Court of Criminal Review on every application for review. And Section 39 of the bill goes on to say that no costs shall be allowed on either side on hearing any appeal or review by the Court of Criminal Appeal under this Act. Section 40 of the bill empowers the Chief Justice to make such rules as may be necessary for the purpose of this Act, thus upholding a fundamental principle of the rule of law. Madam the Speaker, the bill further intends to repeal the Criminal Appeal Act 1954 and revoke the criminal appeal rules as specified in Section 41 of the bill. The bill addresses a major void in this area of the law by imposing an obligation on any court to pass sentence on a convicted person within a maximum period of 28 days and not later. Madam the Speaker, the bill proposes to amend Section 11 of the Children's Court Act under Section 42, where now an appeal against an order or the final judgment of a magistrate of the Criminal Division of the Children's Court will be made to the Supreme Court in accordance with the Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Act. Clause 42 of the bill also proposes to repeal Section 69 and 70 of the Courts Act and provides simplified provisions under this bill to deal with criminal appeal cases. The bill further proposes under Clause 42 to amend Section 132A of the Criminal Procedure Act, which deals with hearing on sentence, where now, after convicting an accused, the court shall have, having regard, given an opportunity to the accused to adduce evidence in mitigation, and after hearing such other matters that is relevant to the facts and circumstances of the offense, impose the sentence on the accused within 14 days. Madam the Speaker, the bill brings further amendments to the criminal jurisdiction of the District and Intermediate Courts Act by repealing the entire provisions under Section 92 to Section 100 of the Act, which has been a complex and confusing area of the law. This bill has now simplified the procedures for a person who has been charged with an offense, for the prosecution, for the court, and for the legal professionals. As Jeremy Bentham, a great English philosopher who continuously advocated for simplified legal system, says, "A law that is not clear is no law at all." Madam the Speaker, in fact, any person who cannot easily understand their right to appeal, or when the process to seek redress is unnecessarily complex or inconsistent, it is the integrity of our entire justice system that is called into question. As such, complexity and inconsistent outcomes causes delays and uncertainty, not only for the appellants, but also for the victims and the law professionals. It is unacceptable that in matters of such gravity, where the liberty and rights of individuals are at stake, and that our justice system would tolerate ambiguity in the process. Madam the Speaker, the bill ensures that once a final decision has been delivered by the Supreme Court, District Court, Intermediate Court, or Children's Court, the party will have a clearly defined, legally consistent pathway for appeal or review, which will ensure confidence and fairness against arbitrary outcomes. The bill further reinforces the constitutional right of individuals under Section 10 of our Constitution, which guarantees a fair trial. The bill supports the independence of the judiciary by offering a clear and predictable framework for criminal appeal cases and further protects the most vulnerable ones. Madam the Speaker, the bill also reflects our international obligations under human rights instruments to which Mauritius is a party, including International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which affirms the right of every person convicted of a crime to have their conviction and sentence reviewed by a higher tribunal. Hence, Clause 42 of the bill ensures that the proposed Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Act 2025 will continue to provide access to a convicted person or his representative to make application to the Human Rights Division for inquiry to be conducted in cases where there is sufficient fresh and compelling evidence that will satisfy the requirement to carry out investigation. Madam the Speaker, the judiciary, as we know, is a cornerstone of our democratic society. By simplifying the criminal appeal and review cases, we are reducing unnecessary delays. We are alleviating the burden of our courts. We are ensuring that judicial time and resources are focused on the substance of justice. Today, this House is being asked not only to pass another legislation, but rather to reshape the very system of justice for our country. We are being asked to bring clarity in an area of law that is complex and confusing for our system and for our people. We are being asked to ensure that the pathway to justice is a clear road that is accessible to all, regardless of status, regardless of age, and regardless of means. Madam the Speaker, before I conclude, I would like to thank the Honourable Attorney General and the State Law Office team for coming forward with this progressive piece of legislation that will reshape our criminal appeal and review cases, thus increasing public confidence in our institution. I therefore urge all the party members to come together to give full support to this bill as custodians of justice and deliver a framework that will serve the law and the people it is designed to protect. We are sending a strong message to the people of Mauritius that we believe in a justice system that is transparent, fair, and equal for all, thus upholding a fundamental principle of the law as one says, justice must not only be done, but it must be seen to be done for everyone, and the bill aims to achieve that. Madam the Speaker, with these words, I commend it to the House.
Thank you. Yes, I think we have time for you, Honourable Lobby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first of all, I'm just flabbergasted by this despicable performance from this honourable member from the opposition side. Completely out of subject. He couldn't understand what the particular clauses of this bill is all about. And the more so, he's just cut off from the reality, from the debates. Debates with regards to criminal appeal, criminal review, dates way back in 2012. He's talking about the Law Reform Commission, way back when Guy Olivry, the then Guy Olivry, Queen's Counsel, was the chairman of the Law Reform Commission. They already worked on it because they got it from a green paper that was presented by the then Labour government when Lord Mackay of Clashford made a comprehensive report as how we have to move on to reform the judiciary. So he is completely cut off from debates, from reality, and it is not with this certificate of urgency that debates have started on this particular bill with regards to review and also with regards to access to justice. And what surprises me, Madam Speaker, is that the lack of decorum, lack of elegance from a member. But what can we expect from somebody who came through the back door and entered in the previous government? From the back door, Madam Speaker, he became Speaker. Because the previous government, for the past 10 years, they got all these reports already worked in their drawers. They couldn't do a single reform with regards to judiciary or the judicial system. And this is this government, since January 2025, under the able capacity of the Attorney General, who is rising above politics with regards to all these amendments. There is nothing to do with petty politics, these amendments. This is access to justice. He couldn't understand, and lack of decorum, he's not even here to listen to the debates.
This is a lack of courtesy, lack of manner, and I'm very sad that this honourable member is a lawyer. Either he understands the bill or he pretends not to understand what the bill is all about. But if he doesn't understand that there is a problem with regards to his capacity as a lawyer, as a barrister, because we have to rise above party politics with regards to this particular bill, Madam Speaker. And I'm also...
Speak on the bill now.
Yes. Madam Speaker, after the legal aid and legal assistance bill that was enacted, which is now an act, this is another piece of legislation that is another milestone to render justice more accessible to our people. And the Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Bill is a timely and essential piece of legislation aimed at reforming and unifying appellate procedures in criminal matters. The Honourable Attorney General rightly put it, this bill replaces a fragmented and inconsistent legal framework with a single coherent system designed to ensure fairness, legal certainty, and access to justice. This is a clear signal as to the commitment of this government to come with institutional reform, be it through the judiciary, responsiveness to long-standing challenges, and delivery of justice as a public good. This current system, the way appeal are being done, Madam Speaker, the appeal procedures are dispersed across outdated and inconsistent enactments. The Attorney General pointed out the Criminal Appeal Act, the Criminal Appeal Rules 1954, the Court Act, the District and Intermediate Courts Criminal Jurisdiction Act, the Criminal Procedure Act, and the Children's Court Act 2020. This scattering of rules has created uncertainty, procedural inefficiencies, and at times impeded on the administration of justice. This bill brings a sort of a consolidation of what we law practitioners and the public at large desire. Madam Speaker, with regard to the work of law practitioners, it is indeed something that will render justice and also deliver justice and give advice to clients more efficiently, because first and foremost, at clause 42, subsection 3, this bill introduces a statutory deadline by amending section 132A of the Criminal Procedure Act. It provides, Madam Speaker, the court now must impose sentence within 14 days of conviction. This fills a long-standing gap in our criminal process. Previously, there was no statutory framework for sentencing past conviction, leading to prolonged uncertainty and delay in initiating appeals. There is also, secondly, Madam Speaker, for the first time, this bill introduces a uniform appellate process with standardized timelines for filing notices, skeleton arguments, and replies. The bill includes deadlines that will reduce abuse of adjournments and promote discipline among both parties and the courts. And timely access to records, Madam Speaker, with the clear timelines being provided. Now it is also upon the court registry to furnish complete appeal records within a fixed time, because it is clearly elaborated in this particular legislation that there are timelines to be respected. So it will facilitate jobs of the legal professionals, but also the public at large, Madam Speaker. And clause 3 of this bill, Madam Speaker, the statutory duty to notify right of appeal. This is something, for the first time again, very innovative approach in our law. Every subordinate court will be required now, Madam Speaker, to notify a convicted person of their right to appeal. This is a transformative procedural safeguard, and we are not far from other countries that are embarking on such reforms with regards to criminal procedure. In India, for example, they are trying to amend the Code of Criminal Procedure in the same manner that we are proceeding. In the UK, they are also debating in their 2025 law reform with regards to procedures, with regards to criminal appeal. So, Madam Speaker, another milestone is Clause 9. Clause 9, review of convictions and acquittals. Clause 9 introduces a long-needed mechanism, Madam Speaker, for the review of criminal cases after finality. Until now, Mauritius had no statutory provision allowing for the reopening of cases where new and compelling evidence emerges. The only recourse was presidential pardon. This bill introduces a robust, judicially supervised review process. Post-conviction reviews may be initiated by the accused. Post-acquittal reviews may be brought by the DPP if the acquittal is tainted. This aligns, Madam Speaker, our country with Article 4, subsection 2 of Protocol 7 of the European Convention on the Human Rights, which permits the reopening of criminal proceedings if there is new or newly discovered evidence or if there has been fundamental defect in the proceedings. And this is what the Law Reform Commission said in 2012 with regards to miscarriage of justice following acquittals or convictions. And also, another milestone of this bill, Madam Speaker, we spoke a couple of weeks back with regards to legal aid. Here in Clause 37, Madam Speaker, legal aid without application. One of the most commendable features is this Clause 37, Madam Speaker, empowering the Master and Registrar to refer deserving cases for legal aid to the Chief Justice, even if no application has been made. This provision realizes the opinion given by the Law Reform Commission with regard to the paper on legal aid reform that complements the Legal Aid and Legal Assistance Bill 2025, which was very recently debated, and unfortunately, again, Honourable Adrien Duval, he was not present when we were debating about it. He pointed out to legal aid, this is already in our law now. Madam Speaker, we must realize that with all those amendments, we are complying with what the UN Committee Against Torture, in its concluding observation made in April 2025, following the consideration of the 5th periodic report. That is, we are consolidating our criminal justice system. This bill responds directly to those recommendations by addressing procedural gaps and enhancing appeal and review rights. And, Madam Speaker, I will not go into the comparative studies that are being conducted throughout the world. New Zealand is doing it through the streamlining of their criminal procedures. The UK through the 2025 Law Reform Commission review, recommending widening of access to criminal review. In Canada, they are doing it following the famous case of R against Jordan. So, in that respect, Madam Speaker, Mauritius is not merely following. We are acting in solidarity with other democracies, tackling the same systemic issues through principled reform. And to conclude, Madam Speaker, I would quote Lord Atkin. Lord Atkin said, "Finality is a good thing, but justice is a better." This is all about justice, and I commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I think now we can take a break. 30 minutes, more or less. Please be seated. So, wait for you to sit down, then we'll call on Honourable Junior Minister. Are you ready? Yes, please.
Madame la Présidente, et je vous remercie pour me donner la parole. I've been, in fact, expecting a lot from the member of the opposition, and I would have expected him to come with very valid points, and in fact, dialectics would have called upon him to see what are the shortcomings in the bill, but unfortunately, he chose another path. And we should, in fact, commend the Honourable Attorney General for the good work which is being done. Within a very, very short span of time, he has come with a string of at least 5 legislations in order to consolidate democracy and to consolidate human rights. While commending him, at the same time, I would say that he is forcing me to confine myself within pedagogy. So it is good for me to explain, not to our seasoned barristers and lawyers in this House, but I'm here more to speak to the common man, to explain to them. Donc je ferai un petit plan, une petite introduction pour expliquer la base philosophique de cette nouvelle loi. En deuxième point, je parlerai le pourquoi de cette nouvelle loi. Et en troisième point, les failles de la loi actuelle et quelles seront les avancées de la nouvelle loi et les apports de cette nouvelle loi et comment on va voir une consolidation des droits de l'accusé et l'appellant et aussi comment on a intégré les standards internationaux et aussi comment on va respecter les droits humains encore plus et comment finalement apporter un équilibre entre les droits de l'accusé et les droits de la société et une petite conclusion. Donc, Madame la Présidente, nous sommes réunis pour débattre d'un texte fondamental pour la consolidation de notre État de droit. L'état des droits, il faut bien comprendre, Madame la Présidente, d'abord, c'est la primauté du droit, et aussi, il faut qu'il y ait ce qu'on appelle l'égalité devant la loi, il faut aussi qu'il y ait ce qu'on appelle la sécurité juridique, il faut une interdiction de l'arbitraire, et aussi permettre un accès à la justice et respecter la séparation de pouvoirs. L'Attorney General a bien fait mention de ce concept fondamental qui existe dans notre Constitution à travers l'article 10 de la Constitution, le concept très important, ce qu'on appelle le concept d'un procès équitable. Et quand on parle d'un procès, ce n'est pas seulement la première partie de ce procès, il faut aussi inclure l'appel. Donc, cette nouvelle loi, le Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Bill, ce projet de loi arrive à temps. Ce texte marque une évolution décisive de notre système judiciaire pénal et s'inscrit dans une volonté ferme de garantir un accès effectif à la justice et aussi de renforcer la transparence et de moderniser les institutions. Et encore que l'Attorney General a bien mentionné qu'il viendra incessamment avec une nouvelle loi pour qu'il y ait une autre cour d'appel. Donc c'est le produit, Madame la Présidente, d'une réflexion, aussi une volonté politique. Et mon collègue avant moi a bien précisé que le travail a été déjà fait en amont par le Law Reform Commission. Moi-même, j'étais un membre de ce Law Reform Commission. Il y a eu des discussions, il y a eu des consultations au préalable. Donc cette loi n'est pas une nouvelle loi. On a archi-discuté de cette loi. Donc la volonté politique, évidemment, n'existait pas dans le passé. Et aujourd'hui, on est en train de voir de visu cette volonté politique. et l'opposition a le culot de critiquer cette volonté politique pour aller vite en besogne. On a déjà pris 8 mois, donc il faut aller vite, d'après moi, et il ne faut pas critiquer. Et pourquoi un nouveau projet de loi? Quelles sont les insuffisances qu'on cherche à corriger? Et surtout, en quoi améliore-t-il le sort des accusés, la qualité de la justice et la protection des droits fondamentaux? Permettez-moi, Madame la Présidente, de répondre point par point. D'abord, pourquoi un nouveau projet de loi? Toute société démocratique, nous allons voir, doit se remettre en question. La loi actuelle, le Criminal Appeal Act, date de 1954. Et ainsi, les réglementations et autres lois sont aussi désuètes, et je peux les qualifier comme des fossiles législatifs, imprégnés de traces coloniales. Et nos amis de l'opposition veulent garder ces lois, malheureusement. Je constate. Dans toute société, Madame la Présidente, il y a des intérêts différents, des différentes parties. D'abord, d'un côté, la société doit être protégée, les victimes doivent être protégées, mais aussi les accusés et les condamnés. Ce n'est pas parce qu'ils sont des accusés ou des condamnés qu'on ne doit pas respecter leurs droits. D'ailleurs, notre Constitution, à travers différentes dispositions, telles que les articles 3, 5 et surtout l'article 10, donne cette protection. Ainsi, Madame la Présidente, les lois ordinaires doivent être en conformité avec les lettres et l'esprit de notre Constitution. Tel n'était pas le cas, malheureusement, avec certaines lois qu'on a héritées de l'ère coloniale. Le législateur a l'obligation constitutionnelle, je dirais, et aussi légale et aussi morale, de trouver le juste équilibre pour concilier les différents intérêts compétitifs dans une société guidée par un sens de justice, équité et respect de la démocratie et les droits humains. Ce projet de loi est né d'un constat. Notre cadre juridique existant en matière d'appel et de révision pénale était devenu obsolète, aussi fragmenté, comme bien précisé par l'Attorney General et mes autres collègues, et inadapté aux exigences contemporaines de la justice. Donc les règles sont éparpillées, comme bien précisé par mes collègues avant, tantôt dans le Criminal Appeal Act, dans le Criminal Appeal Rules, tantôt dans le DIC, c'est-à-dire le District and Criminal Appeals Act, et dans d'autres lois et d'autres réglementations, et évidemment, cela manquait de clarté, d'uniformité et aussi d'efficacité. En somme, il s'agissait d'un cadre hérité de l'époque coloniale qui peinait à garantir une justice équitable, rapide et accessible à tous, en particulier aux personnes vulnérables et aussi aux personnes sans ressources juridiques. Et ce gouvernement a à cœur l'intérêt de ces personnes. Le nouveau projet de loi, Madame la Présidente, vise donc à centraliser d'abord, clarifier et renforcer les procédures relatives à l'appel et à la révision des affaires pénales, tout en les adaptant aux meilleures pratiques internationales. Maintenant, quelles sont les failles sous l'empire de la loi actuelle? Quelles étaient les failles des lois précédentes? D'abord, Madame la Présidente, il y avait une incohérence juridique. Les règles étaient dispersées dans plusieurs textes. Donc, c'est pour cela, je pense, quand vous faites une comparaison entre la loi actuelle et le projet de loi, vous allez voir que le nouveau projet de loi est beaucoup plus structuré en 6 parties, comme bien indiqué par l'Attorney General. Par contre, si vous faites, et c'est ça le drame, je crois que le membre de l'opposition n'a pas bien lu l'ancienne, c'est-à-dire la loi actuelle, le Criminal Appeal Act. Vous allez voir que parce qu'il y avait un drafting qui datait de 1954, c'était une espèce de désordre. Par contre, avec la nouvelle loi, nous allons voir que c'est très très bien structuré. Donc il y avait aussi une autre lacune, c'est-à-dire il y avait une complexité procédurale, et d'ailleurs les démarches pour faire appel ou demander une révision étaient trop techniques, je dirais, inaccessibles pour les non-initiés et souvent hors de la portée des justiciables, surtout ceux qui n'avaient pas d'avocat. Et même c'était un peu complexe pour les nouveaux avocats. Comme vous savez, Madame la Présidente, le droit pénal à Maurice s'inspire, c'est du droit français, mais par contre, toutes les procédures sont inspirées du droit anglais. Dans un système de droit mixte, donc il fallait dépoussiérer, il fallait moderniser cette loi. Et aussi, sous l'empire de l'ancienne loi, il y avait une lenteur judiciaire, pas par la faute des juges, mais par la faute des procédures. Donc l'absence de délais clairs et de mécanismes efficaces entraînait des retards importants, nuisant à la crédibilité du système judiciaire. Et aussi, Madame la Présidente, il y avait des obstacles à la révision post-condamnation. Les conditions pour obtenir une révision étaient si strictes que certaines erreurs judiciaires n'étaient jamais corrigées. Il y avait aussi, je constate, un surcharge des juridictions supérieures, les recours abusifs ou mal formulés encombraient inutilement les juridictions d'appel, au détriment des affaires réellement fondées. Donc, le projet de loi introduit une série d'avancées notables. Quelles sont ces avancées, Madame la Présidente? Maintenant, on voit une sorte de codification, une sorte de structuration claire de ces droits. L'ensemble des droits relatifs à l'appel et à la révision est désormais regroupé dans un seul texte, très important, garantissant d'abord la lisibilité, la cohérence et aussi une meilleure compréhension pour les profanes. Nous voyons aussi avec la nouvelle loi une accessibilité accrue. La simplification des procédures facilite l'accès à la justice, un point très important, je dirais, notamment pour les personnes non représentées ou issues des milieux défavorisés, et je mets l'emphase sur les gens issus des milieux défavorisés. Et aussi, une autre innovation, nous voyons cette fois-ci un filtrage, un point très important, un filtrage de recours non fondés. Avant, cela n'existait pas. Ce qu'on appelle, il faut passer par un leave to appeal. Donc, l'introduction d'une procédure de demande d'autorisation permet aux juridictions de se contenter sur les cas présentant un véritable enjeu juridique. On a introduit aussi, Madame la Présidente, plus de souplesse pour les preuves nouvelles, un point aussi très innovateur. Le texte facilite l'introduction d'éléments de preuve découverts après le procès, afin de prévenir des erreurs judiciaires. On voit aussi une dématérialisation des procédures, un point aussi très très important. Il ouvre la voie, Madame la Présidente, à une gestion, dans un contexte moderne, une gestion numérique des recours, accélérant leur traitement et réduisant les lourdeurs administratives. Donc, avec la nouvelle loi, on verra des délais beaucoup plus encadrés. Le projet fixe des délais clairs pour l'introduction et le traitement de recours, assurant une justice beaucoup plus rapide. Nous voyons aussi, Madame la Présidente, une consolidation des droits de l'accusé et l'appelant. Donc, comment ce projet de loi renforce-t-il les droits de l'accusé? Ce texte consacre, vous allez voir, pleinement les droits procéduraux fondamentaux. D'abord, le droit d'être entendu. Toute personne condamnée a le droit de faire valoir ses arguments en appel ou en révision, avec l'assistance d'un avocat si elle le souhaite. Accès aussi à l'aide juridictionnelle, et là c'est un point très important, on a pu lier ce point fondamental avec l'autre projet de loi qu'on avait passé. Donc le projet s'articule avec la réforme de l'aide légale pour garantir que personne ne soit privé de recours pour des raisons financières. Et aussi, on verra une réévaluation de la peine. Il permet de revoir des sanctions disproportionnées ou prononcées dans des conditions contestables. Protection contre l'injustice, le texte, Madame la Présidente, autorise les juridictions à ouvrir des affaires en cas de doute sérieux sur la culpabilité, même après l'épuisement de recours ordinaire. Et ça, c'est un point qui a été touché par mon collègue. On a suivi de près aussi, dans une société démocratique moderne, il faut suivre absolument les standards internationaux. Et là, nous allons voir que ce projet de loi est aligné sur les engagements internationaux, le pacte international relatif aux droits civils et politiques, et consacre le droit à un procès équitable et à un recours effectif. Les principes de Bangalore, par exemple, Madame la Présidente, sur la déontologie judiciaire, qui prônent l'indépendance et la compétence et l'intégrité du judiciaire. Et aussi les bonnes pratiques du Commonwealth, très très important, ainsi que les recommandations du Comité des droits de l'homme des Nations Unies, encore un point très important, qui insiste sur l'importance des mécanismes efficaces de révision post-condamnation. Donc, en ce sens, Madame la Présidente, le projet replace notre législation pénale dans les girons des États modernes et démocratiques respectueux des droits fondamentaux. Donc, c'est pour cela que je suis surpris comment mon ami de l'opposition, au lieu de féliciter le gouvernement, au lieu de féliciter l'attorney général, est en train de critiquer. Donc nous voyons aussi une consolidation des droits humains, un point très important, et comme vous voyez bien, ce nouveau gouvernement a hâte de consolider les droits humains. Donc nous voyons un respect de l'état de droit et des droits humains. Ce projet de loi, encore une fois, Madame la Présidente, est une affirmation du respect de l'état de droit. Il garantit la transparence dans le fonctionnement de la justice pénale. On voit aussi une responsabilité accrue des juridictions à rectifier leurs erreurs, l'égalité devant la loi pour que nul ne soit désavantagé dans l'exercice de ses droits. Il répond aussi, Madame la Présidente, à des exigences morales fondamentales, un système juste, ne pas celui qui ne se trompe jamais, mais celui qui reconnaît des fautes et les corrige. Donc quel impact sur l'ensemble du système pénal? Nous voyons bien, nous allons voir avec cette nouvelle loi, ce projet de loi, une modernisation du système judiciaire. Le projet rationalise le flux des dossiers, réduit le retard et renforce l'autorité des décisions des judiciaires. Nous allons voir aussi avec ce nouveau projet de loi, Madame la Présidente, une crédibilité renforcée. En permettant une justice plus accessible, rapide et équitable, il renforce la confiance du public dans l'institution judiciaire. Et ça, c'est absolument important pour une démocratie. Nous voyons aussi une justice beaucoup plus substantielle. Il ne s'agit pas uniquement de suivre les procédures. Procédures, oui, mais il y a des limites à des procédures, mais de rendre des décisions justes dans l'esprit du droit. Et finalement, nous voyons, Madame la Présidente, un juste, et ça c'est important dans une société, un état de droit. Nous voyons un équilibre entre les droits de l'accusé et les droits de la société. D'une part, il faut protéger la société en général, les victimes aussi, on n'a pas oublié, mais il faut respecter les droits d'un accusé. Et cela, il y a une garantie constitutionnelle. Donc ce texte réussit, Madame la Présidente, nous allons voir, à trouver un équilibre, je dois concéder, délicat, mais nécessaire pour une société démocratique. Il protège les droits fondamentaux de la personne condamnée sans remettre en cause inutilement les décisions de justice. Et là aussi, c'est un point très important à retenir. Il évite des recours dilatoires ou abusifs parfois qui saperaient la stabilité du système. Il préserve les intérêts des victimes de la société en assurant que la justice soit rendue de manière efficace et sans impunité. Donc finalement, c'est un modèle d'équilibre. D'une part, rigueur judiciaire, humanisme et respect des droits de l'homme. En conclusion, Madame la Présidente, le Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Bill n'est pas une simple réforme technique, comme bien précisé par l'Attorney General. Il s'agit en effet d'un acte de foi dans la justice, un acte de foi de notre Premier ministre et du Vice-Premier ministre dans la justice et de tous les membres de cette Assemblée, aussi un signal clair que notre République ne va pas tolérer l'injustice, même au nom de la procédure. Il modernise notre appareil judiciaire, renforce les droits fondamentaux et consolide la paix sociale pour une justice beaucoup plus crédible, accessible et surtout équitable. Donc, en adoptant ce texte, Madame la Présidente, nous affirmons d'une façon claire et nette que la justice n'est pas un privilège. Je mets l'emphase sur ce point, mais un droit et qu'aucune erreur judiciaire ne doit rester irréversible. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Je suis jalouse de ne pas pouvoir prendre la parole. Allez-y, Honourable Member.
Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, in fact, when one reads the explanatory memorandum of this piece of legislation, there are certain words that are used that, in fact, gives the clue as to what exactly this legislation is all about. Now, when the word clarify is used, and immediately after that, simplify, and then the third word uses standardize, it's clear that this bill is doing nothing else than simply do exactly what those three words say. Now, it takes some qualities in certain people to be able to complicate what is simple. And it's exactly what I've witnessed today. Now, there are various reasons why such things are done in order to complicate what is simple. It's either one wants to be of bad faith and therefore only open one's mouth for the sake of uttering certain words and making certain sounds, or it is to try to be constructive. Now, what I've heard the opposition, and allow me to halt at this juncture and say, once again, ladies and gentlemen watching us outside this assembly have the opportunity today to see the opposition benches again. I said again 3 times because all 3 members who usually are seated there, who have, I'm sure, a lot of interesting things to contribute to the debate. I'm trying to be nice, Prime Minister.
Too nice.
Too nice. I'm just trying to be very diplomatic. It's not that I agree with whatever they say, and I'll show why I don't agree, and I'm not going to be very long. They are not here again. And what exactly would be the explanation for their absence? It's a pity. It's a pity because they are here in order to be able to encourage this culture of debate. We do not have the monopoly of knowledge. We are not always right. We may debate and come to the best solution for the people of Mauritius. That's the whole idea of this democracy. And the fact that they are not here again and again and again shows exactly how they hold this population in high esteem and what type of esteem they hold the population in. So let me go back to the Constitution. My late father, Senior Counsel Mohammed, always said to me whenever I started practicing law, even after 20 years or 30 years of practice, he would say that, go to the law, read the Constitution. And I read Section 10 of the Constitution, which is and subsection 5. I say this because the Honourable Member Duval stated that this piece of legislation somehow, someplace is challenging the principle of autrefois acquit and autrefois convict. This principle of autrefois acquit and autrefois convict is a legal principle that is rooted in the principle of res judicata. So it's as simple as that. You know, this is the very l'ABC de la loi. We learned this at law school when we started.
Translate res judicata.
Well, no one should be tried for an offense for which he's already been tried and there has been a judgment pronounced. If he's been acquitted, he cannot be retried again for the same offense.
Good.
However, there are exceptions in the law. And that is why I think it's important to go to the Constitution. The Constitution says no person who shows that he has been tried by a competent court for a criminal offense and either convicted or acquitted shall again be tried for that offense or for any other criminal offense of which he could have been convicted at the trial of that offense, except upon the order of a superior court in the course of appeal or review proceedings relating to the conviction or acquittal. So whatever the Honourable Attorney General is coming to propose today in this piece of legislation is in line with what is already provided for under Section 10(5) of the Constitution. And I go further. It's in line with what is already in the law. It's already in the law and the Criminal Appeal Act of 1955 as amended. When I look at the original legislation, and I see here Section 11 of the law as it is, supplementary powers of the law. Section 11, and this is a section of the law that the Honourable Member referred to, ordering a witness who would have been compellable witnesses at the trial to attend that particular subsection, or subsection C, receive the evidence, if tendered, of any witness who is a competent but not comparable witness. All those issues under Section 11 that the honourable member takes objection to, it's amazing. He takes objection to what is in the law, the bill now, when it is already provided for under Section 11 here. The only thing that he has done, the Attorney General, his office has come and clarified everything. Nothing more. He said that there is importance for him to have consulted. This government understands the meaning of consultation. This government, and the proof, let's look at the finance bill of today. It's been circulated today. It's not going to be taken, it's only going to be taken at second reading on Friday, and only the Honourable Prime Minister will address the National Assembly. On next Tuesday, we're giving ample time for everyone to be able to ascertain, assess, study, be ready for the debate, because this government understands and appreciates and values the importance of consultation, the importance of circulating a bill that changes the things fundamentally. But here, the question that I put, and this is what he should have put, is there any fundamental change of such difference, of such importance, that would warrant the need for consultation? And here, I don't see any fundamental change in principles. No change whatsoever, in actual fact, apart from clarifying the issues that cropped up in the case before the Supreme Court, the Megro case, and other cases with regards to delay, when to appeal, at conviction, at the time of sentence, the delays, everything is clarified. So I fail to really understand what was the point that the honourable member was trying to make. And on a second issue I'd like to make, I think he spoke about suspended sentence. He did speak about suspended sentence. I mean, in order for there to be a suspended sentence, there needs to be a conviction, a sentence. And if I understand him correctly, and I'm sure I understood what he meant, he meant that there could be a suspended sentence without a sentence.
Oh, wow.
Now, as I said, some people have the ability to complicate things that are very simple. I am at great difficulty in understanding how can one have a suspended sentence without a sentence. Now, I understand why he has allied himself with the MSM. I mean, they really make a mess of things. Fair enough. So, now, Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to, it's not, I don't say it simply for the sake of saying it. I really mean it. I'd like to thank the Attorney General for having understood that there was the need to simplify, clarify, and what's the purpose of doing all this? The purpose of doing all of this is also to satisfy what the principles of democracy, to create ease of access, clarity, resource optimization, efficiency. All this is in the spirit of giving sense to what democracy is. Removing it from black on white written in a book and making it, we breathe democracy. And the proof of the pudding, as the Honourable Prime Minister always says, is in the eating. You see, they have always tried to criticize this government about many things. And it's their right. But let me say it, and I think it's important for the people to understand. Each and every piece of legislation that have been brought to this House the underpinning has been to consolidate democracy. And even if they are to go outside and criticize, which is their right, they will have no one trying to arrest them for having the right to express their views. On the contrary, they are entitled to have their views, even if it makes no sense. They're entitled to it. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honourable Attorney General, your summing up speech.
Je regarde et je vois des sièges vides. Je ne vois pas mon confrère, mon collègue de l'Assemblée, le whip de l'opposition, entendre ce que j'ai à dire sur ce qu'il avait à dire plus tôt. Je ferai donc son procès in absentia. Madam Speaker, the initial point made by the whip of the opposition is quite as extraordinary as the rest of his intervention. He has qualified this bill as being one which smacks of legislative ambush. Not only is that not the case, as will become apparent in the summing up, to add to what my colleague, the Ministry of Lands, has said, but the whip of the opposition has failed to mention that the finance bill and associated legislation has been circulated this Tuesday morning prior to the first reading next Friday. And given the time we shall start on Friday, we shall hear only the mover of the bill on Friday at second reading stage, and the opposition will have ample time, another 3 more days, to be ready to reply to the Prime Minister's address, and this they will do next Tuesday. So the surprising accusation of the whip of the opposition is, to use an oft-quoted expression by our own courts, is an accusation which is devoid of any merit. The second matter he had to say as an introduction to his speech was that we had not held formal consultations with the Bar Association, the Law Society, and the Law Reform Commission. Well, if we had to, we would have. But since this bill had, more importantly, resonance with the judiciary, we held extensive consultations at every stage with the judiciary, since it is the judiciary that will be applying this law day in and day out. Whilst it is important to note there is no constitutional duty to consult external bodies before legislating, and rightly so given the separation of powers, this government has always welcomed the views of legal practitioners, because they are the ones who work within the system every day and know where it needs improving. And I was one of them only a few months ago. And of course, the Office of the Attorney General, which I have just joined, which is tasked with drafting and piloting such legislation, is itself deeply familiar with the workings of our courts and the practical challenges they face. Madam Speaker, having had to sit and hear the quite extraordinary statements of the whip of the opposition, I am still reeling in disbelief at what he has said. Clearly, and I'm being very polite, he has no idea of what this bill is all about. You see, Madam Speaker, in my younger days, I remember clearly my father instilling in me a basic requirement to understand. You must read anything you need to, from the first page to the last, including the preface, the acknowledgements, and the epilogue. This kept me in good stead in my years I studied at Oxford and the Middle Temple, and throughout my 4 decades of practice at the bar. When you do not read and think, you do not understand. The whip of the opposition has just understood what is clearly stated in the explanatory memorandum. The purpose is, as my friend Mohammed just stated, it is to clarify, simplify, and standardize existing procedures for all appeals in criminal matters, and modify certain procedures in order to be fairer to the accused parties. The whip of the opposition has attacked me when he stated that I have, by this bill, dented a fundamental right, the right of appeal. How? He never said. And his next point, in fact, threw light on his lack of comprehension of this law. He advocated, to the astonishment of all the lawyers in the House, that there cannot be an appeal against suspended sentences and community service orders. What nonsense. He should be ashamed to make such clearly erroneous statements in this House. A suspended sentence or a community service order cannot be ordered unless there has been a custodial sentence first. And I hope he understands what custodial means. It means, and let me spell it out for him, it means imprisonment. His reference to section 22 is another grave misconception. And again, I'm being very polite. What is provided in that section already exists in the law. And quite surprisingly, the learned whip of the opposition just discovered that it existed. The Minister for Lands has, of course, taken us through the principle of autrefois acquit and autrefois convict. He has not answered the question of the chair regarding res judicata. Res judicata means already decided, already adjudicated upon. Therefore, you cannot come back.
I just wanted everybody to understand.
In fine, Madam Speaker, this debate has brought to the fore one important fact. That this law has become absolutely necessary not only to bring certainty, clarity, and simplification to the law, but it is also, and it has become absolutely necessary to ensure that some law practitioners who unfortunately do not know their basic law will now be able to refer to only one statute in order to advise their clients as to the appeal process in criminal matters. I am done, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Attorney General. Honourable Attorney General, you have to commend the bill again. Yes, and then the motion has the seconded motion, yes. Honourable Mohammed is seconding the motion. The question is that the Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Bill be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Committee stage.
Aye. C'est mieux ici.
Clause 1, Clause 1 show title, Clause 2 interpretation, Clause 3 notification of right to appeal, Clause 4 compulsion of Court of Criminal Appeal, Clause 5 jurisdiction and powers of Court of Criminal Appeal, Clause 6 procedure to appeal to Court of Criminal Appeal, Clause 7 notice to resist appeal before Court of Criminal Appeal, Clause 8 appeal proceedings before Court of Criminal Appeal, Clause 9 application for review to Court of Criminal Appeal, Clause 10, compulsion of Supreme Court. Clause 11, jurisdiction and powers of Supreme Court. Clause 12, procedure to appeal to Supreme Court. Clause 13, notice to resist appeal before Supreme Court. Clause 14, appeal proceedings before Supreme Court. Clause 15, stay of proceedings. Clause 16, suspension of restitution of property pending appeal. Clause 17, bail and custody of appellant.
The question is that Clause 1 to 17 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 18. Clause 18, custody of documents and exhibits. Clause 19, skeleton arguments and submissions. Clause 20, general powers of appellate court on appeal. Clause 21, wrong decision or miscarriage of justice. Clause 22, defect in information, warrant or summons. Clause 23, omission or mistake. Clause 24, incompetent or improper evidence. Clause 25, serious irregularity. Clause 26, unreasonable verdict of jury. Clause 27, special verdict by jury. Clause 28, conviction on other count or part of information. Clause 29, conviction for other offense. Clause 30, no record of subordinate court. Clause 31, acquittal on account of insanity. Clause 32, bar to subsequent prosecution or dismissal of charge. Clause 33, other powers of Supreme Court and appeal.
The question is that clauses 18 to 33 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 34, general powers of Court of Criminal Appeal on review. Clause 35, deduction of time spent in custody. Clause 36, extension of time. Clause 37, legal aid. Clause 38, director of public prosecutions for state. Clause 39, costs on appeal. Clause 40, rules. Clause 41, repeal. Clause 42, consequential amendments. Clause 43, savings. Clause 44, commencement.
The question is that clauses 34 to 44 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Bill number 17 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I will now move. Please be seated. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Bill number 17 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment.
Third reading.
I move that the bill be read third time.
Yes, seconded. Yes, Mr. Mohammed. The question is that the Criminal Appeal and Criminal Review Bill number 17 of 2025 be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister, adjournment.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Friday, the 25th of July at 3 p.m.
The question is that the House be adjourned to Friday, the 25th of July at 3 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned.
Yes.
Yes, adjournment matters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
It is-
the issue, it's a short
It
issue.
is
the
his
issue-
right to do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
The issue I'm raising tonight is addressed to the Honourable Minister of Health, to whom I gave notice, and as a follow-up to his comprehensive answer to my PQB 749 this morning, I've been further informed of the sufferings and difficulties of patients transferred from Mauritius to Mauritius, and the very serious, many critical defective medical equipments in Mauritius, namely phaco machine for cataract surgery, scanner, sterilizer, X-ray, cytoscope, and around 300 patients are waiting physiotherapy, leading to a situation of état d'urgence dans le service de la santé à Rodrigue. C'est une question de vie et de mort. May I humbly request the Honourable Minister, pending his multidisciplinary team set up to collaborate with Rodrigues and his high-level delegation visit to Rodrigues, to properly look into possible remedial actions thereof. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, sir, as already mentioned, the entire responsibility lies on the Regional Assembly of Rodrigue. But as far as my ministry is concerned, I'm going to convey your request with the officials of my ministry, and I'll see to it that the needful will be done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now I think we can be released.